I have a question for Beth. Can I ask that now?
Yes.
I just wanted to confirm that we're to use the chat feature in order to, if we want to speak or make a motion.
Yes. Because all you need to do is type in I want to speak. Your name automatically pops up.
Okay. I
When you
just
hit
wanted to confirm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you ready, Paul? We'd like to welcome our listening and viewing audiences to tonight's City Council meeting. I have a short memo to read, and then we will call the meeting officially to order. In accordance to Governor J.B. Pritzker's Executive Order 2020-10, prohibiting all public and private gatherings of 10 people or more in a single room or single space at the same time, and Executive Order 2020-18, extending Executive Order 2020-10 through April 30th, 2020. And the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention recommending gatherings of no more than 10 people in a single room or single space and social distancing of at least 6 feet between persons. I declared a local state of emergency on March 18th, 2020, and closed City Hall to the public to help contain the spread of COVID-19. To comply with these recommendations and requirements, the city is complying with the spirit of the Open Meetings Act by conducting the April 14th, 2020, 6 o'clock City Council meeting virtually through Microsoft Teams. The public and media are invited to watch through the online live stream, local channel 22 television broadcast, or WCB radio. Submissions for public comment were received and will be read into the record during that portion of the City Council meeting. Those City Council members attending the meeting virtually shall be declared present. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Mayor Artis.
Here.
Councilmember Ali.
Present.
Councilmember Sear.
Here.
Councilmember Grab.
Here.
Councilmember Jensen.
Here.
Councilmember Kelly.
Here.
Councilmember Montalongo. Councilmember Montalongo.
Here.
Councilmember Moore.
Here.
Councilmember Euler.
Here.
Councilmember Riggenbach.
Here.
Councilmember Ruckriegel.
Here.
You have a quorum, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will all stand wherever we are for a moment of silent prayer or silent reflection, followed by Pledge of Allegiance.
We didn't hear you, Mayor.
We are at the minutes. I believe Councilmember Ruckriegel has the minutes.
Thank you. I move to approve the minutes of the City Council meeting held on March 24th, 2020 as printed.
Seconded by Councilmember Riggenbach. Are there any corrections or changes to the minutes? Just a reminder to council members that anyone that wishes to comment or have the floor would need to send me a chat message. Okay, I'm seeing none. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Mayor Ardis?
Yes.
Councilmember Ali?
Yes.
Councilmember Sear?
Yes.
Councilmember Grab?
Aye.
Councilmember Jensen?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Yes.
Councilmember Euler?
Aye.
Councilmember Riggenbach?
Aye.
Councilmember Ruckriegel?
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Madam Clerk, did you want to read the announcement regarding the town meeting?
Yes. Notice is hereby given that the annual town meeting and the annual meeting of the Town Board of Trustees to be held this evening at 6 o'clock and 6:05 have been suspended pursuant to the Governor's Executive Order number 2020-22 for the duration of the gubernatorial disaster proclamation. Also, the public hearing regarding the town budget and appropriation ordinance and the adoption of the budget has been canceled and will be rescheduled. A 30-day notice will be provided with an opportunity for the public to view the budget during that 30-day period prior to the annual town meeting and the annual town meeting of the Board of Trustees. The plan is at this time to have the budget available sometime in May and holding the public hearing and adoption of the budget in June prior to June 30th. So that has been postponed. So our first item of business, which is a township item, is 20-070, and that's a request from the town officials to approve the March 2020 actual expenditures and to approve the April 2020 anticipated expenditures for the town of the city of Peoria.
Thank you. For the trustees' information, we do have Mr. Abnauer with us this evening. If there are any questions. Trustee Grab?
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve.
Motion to approve, seconded by Trustee Ali. Is there any further discussion on this item? I'm seeing none. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Mayor Ardis?
Aye.
Councilmember Ali?
Aye.
Councilmember Sear?
Aye.
Councilmember Grab?
Aye.
Councilmember Jensen?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Yes.
Councilmember Euler?
Aye.
Councilmember Riggenbach?
Aye.
And Councilmember Ruckriegel?
Aye.
It passes 11-0, which is unanimous. We are at the consent agenda. 20-071 is a request to accept a dedication deed from 2301 Investments LLC to add 1,117 square feet to West Glen Avenue along 2301 West Glen Avenue and North Rinwood Avenue, and 12 square feet to the corner of North Rinwood Avenue and West Northland Avenue for the construction of sidewalks associated with development of 2301 West Glen Avenue. 20-072 is a request to approve a sole source purchase of a GPS-based emergency vehicle traffic signal preemption system for 24 intersections, 4 fire apparatus, installation equipment, and computer laptop for operation of the system from Traffic Control Corporation, Wesco, and CDW in the amount of $146,383. 20-073 is a request to approve the annual subscription contract with ShotSpotter Incorporated for ShotSpotter Flex, a gunfire location alert and analysis service. 20-074 is a request to approve a resolution for signatory authority with the Illinois Department of Transportation for authorizing the city manager to sign federal funding forms on behalf of the mayor. 20-062 is a request to concur with the recommendation from the Advisory Commission on Human Resources and staff to adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 2 of the Code of the City of Peoria relating to the Advisory Commission on Human Resources. 20-063 is a request to adopt an ordinance creating Article 4 Lift Assistance of Chapter 11 of the Fire Prevention and Protection Code of the City of Peoria, allowing for lift assist cost recovery to be charged to the assisted living facilities, life care facilities, and nursing care facilities. 20-075 is a request to adopt an ordinance rezoning certain property from former right-of-way to Class R3 single-family residential district for the property located in the southeast corner of the intersection of Wilhelm Road and the Rock Island Trail, as outlined. 20-076 is a request to adopt an ordinance reserving 2020 private activity bond value cap in the amount of $11,695,740. And 20-077 is the appointment by Mayor Artis to the Mayor's Advisory Committee for the Disabled with a request to concur of Sunny Olson. And that completes the consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any council members with items to remove consent, if you'll let me know on a chat, we'll pull those off. Councilman Regenbach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Items 20-074 and 20-063.
064, 074, and 063.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Jensen.
20-062.
062. Thank you. Councilmember Montalongo.
Yes, item 20-071.
071. Thank you. Any other items to remove from consent? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the remaining items? Councilmember Euler moved to approve. Councilman Regenbach second. All in favor, Madam Clerk, for the roll.
Mayor Artis?
Yes.
Councilmember Ali?
Aye.
Councilmember Sear?
Yes.
Councilmember Graham?
Aye.
Councilmember Jensen?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Yes.
Councilmember Euler?
Aye.
Councilmember Regenbach?
Aye.
And Councilmember Ruckriegel.
Aye.
That's 11-0. It passes unanimously. So the first item is 20-071 is the dedication deed for 2301 West Glen Avenue.
Councilmember Montalongo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Earlier today, I had a chance to speak with the city manager and review this. From what I understand, the part of the sidewalk in front along Glen is this part of the property goes all the way up to the road. The developer will be constructing a sidewalk on the frontage and down Renwood and then to the rear of the building. This particular transaction is just to dedicate this portion of the property to the city. And I did ask the city manager and Mr. City Manager if you could make some comments on this here, but the developer will still be paying for the sidewalk to be constructed, as well as I had a couple other questions that came up along Glenwood that probably that sidewalk should look very similar to the construction right across the street along where Popeyes is at, the restaurant. That sidewalk be constructed in compliance with ADA, etc.
Thank you, Councilman. Yes, the site plan for this is for the adult cannabis facility on Glen and Renwood. This would include, as part of the site plan that council already approved, they would have to basically ring the property on 3 sides with sidewalks. This would be a major enhancement to this part of town, and this is the dedication deed that allows that sidewalk to be built there along Glen Avenue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. City Manager. With that, I will move for approval.
Motion to approve. Could I get a second, please? Seconded by Councilmember Sear. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Mayor Ardis,
Aye.
Councilmember Ali,
Aye.
Councilmember Sear,
Aye.
Councilmember Graham,
Aye.
Councilmember Jensen,
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly,
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo,
Aye.
Councilmember Moore,
Yes.
Councilmember Euler,
Aye.
Councilmember Riggenbach,
Aye.
Councilmember Ruckriegel.
Aye.
11-0 passes unanimously. The next item is 20-074 is a request to approve a resolution for signatory authority.
Councilmember Riggenbach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the request of the city manager, I would move to withdraw this item.
Motion to withdraw, seconded by Councilmember Graham. Any discussion on this item? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Mayor Ardis,
Aye.
Councilmember Ali,
Aye.
Councilmember Sear,
Aye.
Councilmember Graham,
Aye.
Councilmember Jensen,
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly,
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo,
Aye.
Councilmember Moore,
Yes.
Councilmember Euler,
Aye.
Councilmember Riggenbach,
Aye.
and Councilmember Ruckriegel.
Aye.
11-0 passes unanimously to withdraw that item. The next item is 20-062, which is the ordinance amending Chapter 2 of the Code of the City of Peoria relating to Advisory Commission on Human Resources.
Councilmember Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question regarding this commission. my question is whether they are only charged with allocating CDBG funds, or is there sometimes a possibility that they may be in charge of awarding other federal funding other than CDBG funding?
Do we have Director Black for?
Yes, sir, Mayor. Councilwoman, they have traditionally looked at only CDBG public service funding. I would imagine that at the council's direction and authorization, they could look at other types of funding, but for at least the past 20 years, they have been focused on CDBG public service.
Okay, thank you, Director Black. I just wanted to make sure, because I didn't want to limit their authority if there's the potential for them to consider the allocation of other federal funding.
I don't believe that would do
But
that.
if not, go ahead. If you don't think that's something to be concerned about, I will go ahead and move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve, seconded by Councilmember Moore. Is there any additional discussion on this item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Mayor Ardis,
Aye.
Councilmember Ali,
Aye.
Councilmember Sear,
Aye.
Councilmember Grab,
Aye.
Councilmember Jensen,
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly,
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo,
Aye.
Councilmember Moore,
Yes.
Councilmember Euler,
Aye.
Councilmember Riggenbach,
Aye.
and Councilmember Ruckriegel.
Aye.
It 11-0 passes unanimously. The next item is 20-063, which is the ordinance creating Article 4, which is the lift assist for the lift.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I asked Councilman Riggenbach to pull this item for me. We'll recall when we discussed this in the first reading a couple weeks ago, several of us asked if we could get some information back in terms of what the fire department's actual cost was to perform this. This communication informs us that they determined the approximate cost of each lift assist is $1,250, which sounds a lot more realistic than $400. So what I would like to ask, I know the chief's on the line and the manager's here too. Is the recommendation still to keep that charge at $400, knowing that our approximate cost is $1,250, or I would personally like to see a motion to either raise it to $1,250 or maybe step it up, do $800, and then in 6 months do $1,250, something like that. But maybe Mr. Manager first, maybe just clarify the recommendation.
If I could, maybe I'll defer to the chief to let the chief talk through. The fire department did the cost analysis on the calls, and I'll let him explain it from this point.
Chief?
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good evening, everyone. Yes, as the mayor spoke, when we brought this forward about a month ago, there was a desire to get a better price as far as this goes. You know, obviously it's not exact science with regards to the $1,250. You know, whatever the council's desire is, as I said about a month ago, we weren't positive that we were trying just to make this a deterrent or at least recoup some of our costs on this. I will say that since this discussion has taken place, we have not had one lift assist call to any assisted living facility. So it appears that it has we have accomplished our goal. That being said, whatever the council's desire is, Mayor, if it's to start at $800 and then incrementally step it up, whatever your all desire is.
Thank you, Chief. My guess is that it's probably a combination of a lot less activity over the last month due to the pandemic situation, but I also think that there's probably a lot more to the fact that we're actually going to try to compensate the fire department for their actual costs for this. So I have a couple members that would like to speak to this, but I would like to encourage us to make sure we're not losing money if we do have any of these calls. The first council member that I'm showing is Council Member Ali.
Thank you, Mayor Artis. And I'm in agreement with passing on some of the real costs to the facilities that call upon the fire department so much for these lifts. I am concerned, as I mentioned at the last meeting, that the facilities will in turn pass these costs on to the residents who are also, citizens. So I would be hesitant to immediately go all the way to $1,250, and I would feel much better about perhaps an $800 charge, because I do believe that ultimately that cost is going to be passed on to our citizens from the facilities. So that's my greatest concern there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on this item? Just so everyone knows, I'm waiting a little bit longer than usual, just because there is a little bit of a time lag between the time a member types something in until I see it. Councilmember Riggenbach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would agree with Councilwoman Ali that an incremental approach would be appropriate for this, and I don't think we have anything to apologize for in covering the cost of the expense. So, if we do 800, move it, amend it to 800, and then in 6 months make it 1250, and see if that continues to be the trend like we've seen in the last month, that really eliminates the calls, and then the ones that we would be called on would be appropriate. So I'm willing to make that motion, but I'm happy to wait and hear more dialogue if necessary.
We'll go ahead and put a motion on the floor with $800 for 6 months, at which time we'll review it. And I would anticipate that during that time, if we get some feedback that there's a charge coming to residents or so on, we'll hear about it at that time. Mr. Manager, you'll make sure we track those and have them ready for discussion, and we'll put it back on the agenda in 6 months to look at potentially going to 1250.
Yes, sir.
And then I have a second by Councilmember Ruckriegel for that motion. Is there any other council members who would like to speak to this? Okay, I'm seeing none. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Mayor Artis,
Yes.
Councilmember Ali,
Aye.
Councilmember Seer,
Aye.
Councilmember Grab,
Aye.
Councilmember Jensen,
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly,
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo,
Aye.
Councilmember Moore,
Yes.
Councilmember Euler,
Aye.
Councilmember Riggenbach,
Aye.
Councilmember Ruckriegel.
Aye.
11-0, passes unanimously. We would be at first readings. 20-078 is a request for a first reading, review of an ordinance amending Chapter 31, Schedule A of the Code of the City of Peoria, prohibiting the use of groundwater as a potable water supply by the installation or use of potable water, supply wells, or by any other method to include properties bound by Northeast Adams Street, Spalding Avenue, and Eaton Street.
Do we have Director Powers or someone from Public Works?
I am here, sir.
Thank you, Director Powers. Maybe if you just want to give us a real quick summary on this one.
Absolutely, Mayor.
Thank you.
This is a part of the state's leaking underground storage tank remediation program. And basically, as a result of a study, they've deemed it would be more cost effective to not remediate the site, but just leave it as is and restrict it to not allowing for drinking water well use of any type in the future. That's it in a nutshell. It's a safety point.
Okay. And this is typical that we've seen at other gas stations that have been abandoned. But are there any questions for the director on this first reading? And if not, a motion to receive and file. Councilmember Riggenbach, motion to receive and file is seconded by Councilmember Kelly. If there's no further discussion on this item, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Mayor Ardis?
Aye.
Councilmember Ali?
Aye.
Councilmember Seer?
Aye.
Councilmember Grab?
Aye.
Councilmember Jensen?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Yes.
Councilmember Euler?
Aye.
Councilmember Riggenbach?
Aye.
And Councilmember Ruckriegel.
Aye.
Passes 11-0. The next first reading is 20-079, is a request to receive and file a first reading of an ordinance amending Appendix A relating to warehouse self-service indoor multi-story storage.
Thank you. Director Black.
Thank you, Mayor. Currently, indoor self-service warehousing and storage is only permitted in buildings with a minimum of 2 stories. We are proposing to eliminate the requirement for 2 stories to allow greater opportunity for the reuse of single-story buildings.
Okay. Any questions for Director Black? First reading. Or a motion to receive and file? We have a motion file, seconded by Councilmember Riggenbach. If there's no further discussion, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Mayor Ardis?
Aye.
Councilmember Ali?
Aye.
Councilmember Seer?
Aye.
Councilmember Grab?
Aye.
Councilmember Jensen?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore? Councilmember Moore?
Yes.
Councilmember Euler?
Aye.
Councilmember Riggenbach?
Aye.
And Councilmember Ruckriegel?
Aye.
It passes 11-0. We're at regular business. 20-080 is a request to receive and file a presentation from the Department of Economic Development, Greater Peoria Economic Development Corporation, and City Manager on the federal, state, and city business support emerging in response to COVID-19.
Mr. Manager, did you want to start this one?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we have our economic development team on the line, which includes Assistant City Manager Deborah Rattler, Kevin Evans, and Cesar Suarez as well. The CEO of the GPEDC, Christopher Setti, is here as well. And they're just going to walk through some of the business recovery programs that are currently out there, and what's some of the efforts that our economic development team and the GPEDC are working on.
Just for clarification before we start the presentations, do we want to wait till all the groups get finished speaking and take questions, or if there's a question during some portion of this, do you want to take it?
I'll defer to them. I think when I get into the budget presentation, I'll run through everything, and then we can jump back for questions if that's okay. So, Deborah, do you have a preference as you go forward?
Yeah, so the gentlemen are going to be walking through a variety of programs and items, so it would probably be easiest if you did interject questions so that we were speaking to things with a more understandable flow. It's a relatively short conversation, mostly meant to inform and to orient you to where to get more detail, but we obviously want to stop and help you out if there's some detailed questions along the way. I believe there's at least a couple pages of information that we wanted to show while we were speaking, and I'll leave it to start. Which one was first, gents?
Hey, Caesar, why don't you start, and then we'll have myself, and then Chris will close us out.
Maybe just for our listening audience, if the speaker would identify themselves before you start your presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Caesar, and we should put up the attachment if we can to start the presentation. Would that be Paul?
Yeah, Paul, that's the most recent file I sent you.
Well, it looks a lot different. Well, let me begin by saying that, as you know, this public health crisis has really also flipped into an economic challenge for us all here, across the nation. So what we were looking to do is several things to really get in touch with the business community. And the concept of how businesses can go about combating COVID-19 was the concept and action plan. And for communities, the typical response is to make sure you have a web page that's robust, informative, and really can give a lot of tools for businesses to combat COVID-19. And we'll get into that as we pinpoint through there. Another thing too is to make sure that we communicate and send out notices to the business community. And you can see there as well. We'll get into that as far. Next thing is to make sure that we do make a distinction between and provide technical assistance between whether a business is essential or non-essential, and provide the technical resources, assistance and resources. So that in a nutshell is what we're looking to, what we have done. And so I wanted to start off by going with the top element with the web page. Phil, if you can go up there. You can see in the dots there, our goal was to create a one-stop shop for businesses, and that was really to be very user-friendly, as well as informative and so on. So what you can see in those dots are the various buckets that businesses could navigate through our website. I think it was important to really share, defining what an executive, what is an essential business, a non-essential business, and having a flow chart there. The restaurant, it was really important for restaurants. For some business, it was a black and white issue. Are you going to open? Are you going to close? Are you essential or not? Restaurants, on the other hand, had a choice to make, whether they should or shouldn't, and that's really been sort of the mix that and the challenge that they had to do is to adapt to the new environment. So we provide, and we shared with them that you should have, make sure that you have your registry listings, times, and services in order, and we're encouraging a business to do so. Also on our website, if you haven't been there, we've also have all 5 of our business communications and notices that are listed, that you see there as well. Really important, the kind of advice we're giving businesses is to go for grants first, then go after forgivable loans, and then lastly go after the soft loans that are available. And so that information about grants and loans and other programs are listed on our website. And of course, we have employment and unemployment information, business resources, and public health information. So all that's on our website, and it's pretty robust, and so it continues piggyback off of the GPDC's website because they have a daily announcement of new programs and about COVID-19. So that's a section on our web page. I wanted to see if anyone had any questions on that. If not, then I wanted to share that we are also notifying businesses and informing them on a regular basis about how to approach and combat COVID-19. As you can see, the notices 1 through 5 get through the various topics about making sure that that what are the financing programs available, what are the strategies they should employ, and how do they go about getting grants. And so we have a lot of really simple guides and tools for them to do so. And that pretty much covers what our approach has been into the website and the business notices. And then I'll hand off to Kevin about talking about the other items on this list. Go ahead, Kevin.
Hi, this is Kevin Evans. And so just to kind of round out some of what Caesar has done, we've tried to remain very strategic in trying to provide assistance to the local businesses. And so that conversation around essential business, we've had a direct outreach. We've talked to dozens of local businesses literally every day on the phone. And we've seen those essential business conversations go from can we be open, how do we operate in this new paradigm, and just hearing some of the difficulties and sharing some of those pains, and then helping them to understand that as this has unfolded, what are the kinds of things that they can do to transition their businesses, maybe changing some of the business models, things like the curbside service. We've seen a number of local businesses pivoting into essential business activity, things like making hand sanitizers, and then other service-based businesses that are providing services to essential workers. And so we've seen really an evolution of the conversation around what is essential business, what is essential business activity, what are the kinds of things that businesses can do. And so what we've tried to do is be here present daily, helping businesses through those conversations, working in conjunction, obviously, with Public Works and with police and fire on the enforcement side to help them understand much of the changing dynamics of what a governmental shutdown means for their business. And so that really has kind of put us in the trenches with providing technical assistance, helping them with understanding what the resources that are available are, providing them with forms and documents and helping them pour through those forms and providing actual assistance where needed to help them actually make applications. And so the idea is that we just wanted to make sure that we were present, that we who have the luxury of being a little more strategic can kind of help them think through and process and work through some of these things, some of these steps. And so some of the future activity that we've identified is that we will obviously continue to do the notices and continue to make sure that the local businesses are informed as to upcoming programs, things like the CDBG business programming for the resident businesses of the city of Peoria, and perhaps even a new EDA funding opportunity that might impact the way that the revolving loan fund is interacting with local businesses. I know that that's a lot. If you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to take them. And if there are none, then I will invite Chris Setti to share the GPEDC's portion of this presentation.
Welcome, Mr. Setti. Maybe you're not on, might be on mute.
So I think if we're having trouble getting audio from Mr. Setti, and so I'm gonna do my best to do a quick summary of the items we have in front of us, and if he's able to cut in, great. But otherwise, really wanted you to be aware of the partnership with the Greater Peoria Economic Development Council. Their focus is regional rather than the city alone, and they have been seeking information across federal, state, and other resources for not only the city of Peoria, but for the greater region. They have a daily bulletin that they've been sending out with a bunch of relevant information, updates on what's happening with different financial assistance programs and instruments that are coming out. They have been doing these daily since March 16th. They're also posted in their entirety on their special webpage that they set up just for the COVID event, which is the gpcovid.com that you see there. It's a great resource, and that is, I think, really important to understand and to see in terms of not just one, but multiple conduits that we have available for folks to get information. And longer term, they really are focused on the longer term economic recovery. They're contributing not only to planning, but also discussing what it is to be a Greater Peoria Economic Development Council as they look at the longer term and the SEDS strategy, that 5-year plan that is so important and in ensuring that we have an ongoing strong relationship with the US EDA. And so were you able to speak, Chris?
I don't. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know there was a *6 I was supposed to press to unmute myself. So my apologies. Although you did a really great job, and so maybe if you'd like me to recap, I can, or I can just answer questions.
I think you probably have a little more on your long term. I feel like I missed something on long term. If there was more you wanted to add.
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you for the opportunity. And if I might, so Chris Setti, I'm the CEO of the Greater Peoria Economic Development Council. I also happen to be serving as in an interim capacity as the CEO of the Peoria Area Chamber of Commerce. And I'm happy to be able to speak to council and your listeners tonight. And as Deborah pointed out, over the short term, we've really tried to be that information conduit between not only to the businesses, but from businesses back, to the Peoria County EOC and others about the issues that businesses are facing. And I would be remiss if I didn't say what a great job Caesar and Kevin and Deborah are doing. We hear from businesses that their help is much appreciated. So yes, all kind of over the long term, really, it is really about recovery. And I think as Caesar had pointed out earlier, that this is not just a public health crisis, but this is really an economic crisis. And when we think of disasters occurring, we often think of tornadoes or some localized damage to a community or an area. And this is obviously a much different type of economic disaster that is faced not only by Peoria, but the entire region and the entire state and nation, obviously. It's going to take a lot to kind of get out of that. And so that's really what Greater Peoria Economic Development Council is here for, is to help guide an entire region, through an economic recovery. That is going to be very difficult work. So we have already, I have 8 full-time staff members, including myself, and we've basically been split in half, with half of us working on short-term helping the businesses and our community right now, and the other half detailed to work on recovery issues. They've been working with Anthony Corso on long-term recovery for the city. But as we know, this is obviously going to be a regional issue, and that's of importance even to the city of Peoria, because your businesses are often patronized by people who live in Tazewell County and maybe work in Woodford County or vice versa. So we really do need to have a very much a regional approach to this. It's good, I guess, that we were in the midst of developing our new comprehensive economic development strategy. because the timing is right, because obviously some of the things that we were already thinking of including in that, and members of the city staff have been part of those conversations, are very much going to feed into what is our near-term recovery strategy. And then finally, that direct pipeline to the U.S. Economic Development Administration. We have a very good relationship with EDA. We get partial funding from them to help with that SEDS work. So whether that's recapitalization of the revolving loan fund that the city has, or creation of a regional revolving loan fund, talking about the resources that they have to bear. The U.S. Economic Development Administration was allotted $1.5 billion out of the CARES Act. The Chicago region, which includes all of Illinois plus 5 other Great Lakes states, probably will have between $100 and $150 million to spend on economic development projects like roads and bridges and strategies and things like that. So we'll be working with all of our communities, but especially the city of Peoria as the principal community within the region, on what sorts of infrastructure projects can really help move the needle on economic development. I will then leave it at that for any questions, and if not, I know you have a long council meeting potentially ahead of you, so thank you for your support over the last few weeks as elected leaders.
So I think that's it then. If there are any questions.
Okay, there are questions. Councilmember Montalongo is first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'd like to say for Chris Setti and his team, I think they're doing a terrific job. I am also a business owner and use the services from Chris and his staff. They do a tremendous job. What you guys are doing is very important to our community, and we appreciate all that you do. Deborah, I think for you and your team, Caesar and Kevin, I think your message is right on target, and I want to thank you and the team for their efforts in helping businesses in our community. Right now, our businesses are struggling. A lot of these businesses, this is their life savings that they put into this, and they're doing, trying to live the American dream, and this is their pipeline to feeding their family, and right now they're really struggling. So I just want to say thank you for all the efforts, and what you're doing is really important to our community. So thank you.
Thank you. I had Councilmember Ali next.
Thank you, Mayor Artis. I also want to join in and say thank you. Thank you to our team with Caesar and Kevin. Also, I think that it's very important that we leverage resources in every way possible. Of course, the city can't do everything itself, so it's so important that we connect and partner with other organizations that also have a mission to support economic development and support our businesses. So I'm glad that you teamed up with Chris Setti and company. I can certainly vouch that Chris and his team have close, very effective working relationships with the EDA. They've been very instrumental in bringing resources to bear in our community, and those relationships certainly help tremendously. So I want to thank Chris and you and your organization, both your leadership role, both with the Greater Peoria Economic Development Council, as well as with the Peoria Chamber. That's two big hats to wear, two great responsibilities to our business community. But I also want to encourage us to leverage as much as we can with other partners within our community, to leverage with the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, to leverage with the Black Chamber, to leverage with the BBA, to make sure that we're inclusive within this process and that we're touching, every business possible. because now with this economic and health crisis, we're stronger together, and collaboration is the name of the game. So I think as much as possible, the more that we can leverage, the more that we can partner. There's also PTAC up at Bradley, the Procurement Technical Assistance Center, that may be instrumental in helping some of our businesses. But just want to say thank you, and let's continue to work together and to collaborate as much as possible. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I have Councilmember Moore next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to also add my thanks to all those who presented. More specifically, I'd like to let everyone know from a national perspective, the information that has been coming out from our city and from the Greater Peoria Economic Development Council is unmatched. I've been on several national phone calls, and I can tell you a lot of the folks on the calls who represent other states and other cities have not had the depth of information that I was able to bring to those calls representing the city of Peoria. So thank you, Chris, first of all, because he was providing most of that information. And then Caesar and Kevin have also provided information that I've been able to share with them. Also thanks to Director Black and City Manager also, because they've been collecting information nationally about what cities are doing. And both Director Black and the City Manager was able to go out and represent the city of Peoria to the nation. And so we are out there in front of everyone, actually showing that we oftentimes are in front of everyone. Second, I wanted to ask Kevin, when I'm done speaking here, if he could mention the Grow Peoria calls that you're going to have on Thursdays. That might be helpful for those who are listening, who are business owners, that would learn from those meetings that you're going to have on 3 successive Thursdays. And also, I wanted to thank Councilmember Ali for leading me to remembering that Caesar is connected to the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce here, and I'm sure he's been reaching out to them, as well as Kevin particularly specifically asked me for their information so that he could also reach out to them. I wanted to also thank Kevin for reaching out to the African American community. If you listened to WPMV last weekend on Saturday and Sunday, you would have heard a half-hour show with Kevin Evans talking about what the Grow Peoria site is doing for the community at large, but specifically looking at what minorities, African Americans and Hispanics and others can benefit from. And so I'm very proud to say that our city is being very responsive to the minority community. And while I'm here, I have to thank the mayor for always coming on WPNV to mention and talk about and bring the whole community into the conversation about pulling together as a city and what is happening. And then lastly, I didn't write it down. I just want to thank the Economic Development Department. Director Black, once again, I have to tell you, you have a great team there. And Joe Doolin has been responsive to a lot of what's been happening. And early on, when a lot of people were calling the Minority Business Development Center asking if they were essential, we were able to turn to our city staff to answer those questions. So great job, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councilmember Ruckriegel next.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Setti, for everything that you've done. It's having been on a lot of the banking calls, the national-wide industry. It's really seeing a lot of this information in a lot of different formats, and then coming back to your videos that you've done, the conversations that you have put out, really does break it down to easily manageable bite-sized pieces. And I think what's really relevant is the fact that you are dealing with both big and small businesses, and bringing the regionality piece to it is very, very important. I also appreciate the fact that several frustrated businesses who felt like they didn't know kind of where to turn in this process, because it was a lot to sort of manage and get the information yourself, by being able to turn them to the Greater Peoria Economic Development Council and what you were doing, they were able to find their way into being able to get into the pipeline, and several have received already some positive feedback on that. And I guess that leads me to my question. Can you maybe just talk briefly to those businesses out there that are listening right now that maybe have not started the process and might feel a little frustrated or overwhelmed, where they can jump into this, or that it's not too late? Can you speak to those that may not have taken the bite at the apple yet? Because I think that their success is going to be extremely important for us. And a lot of businesses didn't think that they wanted to sort of jump into the pipeline early on because they didn't know how long this was going to last. And I think now we're seeing that what faces us is not a 30, 60, or 90-day recovery, but the recovery is going to be a lot longer. If you could speak to those businesses.
Sure. Thank you, Councilman. I appreciate the question. There are a lot of resources available right now. I don't know that a lot of resources are available for the long term, and I think those are yet to come. But there are things that businesses should be looking at right now, especially on the federal level. A few on the state level. There are some programs. There's a low interest loan that's available, through the state of Illinois. I think, though, a lot of businesses are wary of taking on additional debt, and even low interest loans are still debt. Probably the best loan product that's out there is the economic injury disaster loan, which is a 3.75% for up to 30 years. And that's a long time to spread out payments if you don't have to borrow very much. But there are, and many of their loans don't require collateral or personal guarantees. Under $500,000, I think, is the threshold. So what really I think businesses need to be doing is, because almost every business has a bank, they should be talking to their bankers about what their options are. The best program, and I don't even lump it into a loan program, is this what's called the Paycheck Protection Program, which actually starts off as a loan, but ends up with some very generous loan forgiveness, even up to 100%. If you spend those proceeds on payroll. It's really a 2-month program because that's the amount of money they lend you is 2 months basically worth of or 10 weeks worth of payroll to spend over 8 weeks on payroll and utilities and rent. But anybody who's been waiting to see how that program works really should be talking to their banker now. SBA just released today the total amount available that was put into that by the CARES Act was $349 billion, and through today they've already allocated $240 billion of that $349 billion. So we're about 60% of the way through the money that's allocated for the program, and it's a really generous program that really is about the next 2 to 3 months. Other than that, I really think that we will see more state and federal programs roll out. So it's important to be paying attention to what we're putting out in terms of resources, what the city is, what chambers are doing. The Small Business Development Center at Bradley is a really great resource as well. So I think that if our businesses are kind of sitting on the sideline waiting for something else to happen, I don't think they're probably playing the game right. And they should be getting in and talking to others about what opportunities are there for them.
Okay, Mr. Setti, hold on. We have a question here for you from Councilmember Ali.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one quick question for Mr. Setti. You mentioned the EDA, and can you tell us specifically what opportunities might be available for the city of Peoria to apply for funding from the EDA right now?
Well, like every other federal agency, EDA is kind of wrestling with how they're going to get the money they've been allocated out the door. And so I'll be having a conference call on April 30th with the folks in Illinois EDA, the Chicago office of EDA, to find out what those things are. But what traditionally, what EDA has really looked at is funding public works projects that have an economic development connection. So in Peoria, Caesar actually, with my predecessors at GPEDC, were able to get a $2 million grant to reconstruct North University Street between Pioneer Parkway and Town Line Road. And those are the types of projects that facilitate economic development, in a city and in a region. So those are the sorts of things. So, the city has some projects already kind of on the books: the rehabilitation of West Main Street, the extension of the Pioneer Parkway, some things in the warehouse district. All of those could be looked at again. I think EDA will be, they've traditionally been very jobs oriented, so they haven't tended to fund things like a Main Street renovation because it wasn't a direct connection to, we're going to build a factory at the end of this road. But I do think that they will look more favorably upon those sorts of projects. They do, EDA funds or is the source of funding for the city's revolving loan program. And so there's probably talk of recapitalization of those types of loan programs to make more money available to lend out in the community at low interest rates. I know some revolving loan fund holders are moving to or want to move to 0% interest rates. So I think there are lots of opportunities, especially if you have anything that needs to be built. That tends to be where EDA is the strongest in making those sorts of investments, just like at ICC with the $3 million grant to build a workforce solutions center.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Chris.
Mr. Evans, Councilmember Moore asked about the Grow Peoria workshops, if you wanted to mention those for us.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the things in terms of resources that we've put together is a series of Thursday afternoon sessions. It's a Zoom call where we're on the next 3 series of Thursdays at 1 p.m. We're going through available resources. The upcoming one for this Thursday is centered around becoming document ready, making sure that local businesses understand the documentation that's needed to submit a grant to the state, making sure that they're registered in the state's portal with GATA. And we're just trying to be proactive in helping them to understand here are not only the things that we should do, but what are the steps to make sure that they can actually execute on those things. So we'll be hosting a series of Zoom calls, virtual Zoom calls, so that businesses can dial in and learn more about it. And obviously we're also anticipating that we'll be sharing information about potential CDBG grant funds through the city of Peoria as well.
Thank you. Kevin, maybe we can make sure that we have a notification for that up on the website if we don't already, just so people can make sure they find out about it and can participate. Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Artis. I do have a question for someone, probably Chris Setti, if you can hear me all right, Chris?
I can.
West Main Street in general, is in very bad need. I would like to think that the fact that we have 2 of our largest employers in the city on each end of Main Street, OSF and Bradley University, would be something that would carry a great deal of weight, even though we're not building a factory at the end of Main Street or in the middle of Main Street. Could you comment on that, please?
Oh, absolutely. Traditionally, it wouldn't be something that the EDA would look at. It's just not something that would ever have been in their kind of funding matrix. But in talking with the representative at EDA, I think it's kind of a new day for them, that they realize that they've got some resources now. There would be some momentum behind trying to get that money out, right? And there's no value on them sitting on it when they want to put it into the community to make it work. So I think absolutely some programs like West Main Street are ones that that definitely should be considered and put forward to EDA. I was only saying that traditionally it would never be one that EDA would kind of look at. They were much there because they've always been very closely aligned with manufacturing and those types of jobs much more than what we what we would see in a place like even the warehouse district. As important as that's been to the city, it's just not something traditionally EDA would have looked at. But I think we're in a new day, and they're going to have some new rules that should benefit all of our communities.
Chris Setti, thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Riggenbach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Really good information. Thank you to all our presenters here, and thank you for the collaboration that's taking place to support our business community. This might have been mentioned and I missed it, but is there anybody in particular that we should direct our friends from the nonprofit community to? Director Rattler, would that be your department or Mr. Setti? Are there resources available for the nonprofits?
There are the paycheck. Go ahead, Deborah. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Chris.
The federal paycheck protection program actually is available for 501c3s, and I know a number of 501c3s that have worked to do that to make them. I'm on the board of directors of a statewide nonprofit organization that has applied for PPP funding. So that's certainly something that they should look at. The economic injury disaster loan actually can even be utilized for faith-based organizations, which was just recently clarified. So there are some programs that are out there for nonprofit organizations, just like there are for for-profit businesses.
So we could direct them to your office then, Mr. Setti?
Yeah, I would direct them to our website first, but you can always have folks call me as well. But yeah, gpcovid.com is where we've been storing all of our information. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm not seeing any more notes for council members for questions. So I'd like to thank our local in-house economic development folks for the information tonight. For the listening audience, there's a lot of good information on a lot of these programs that are available. We are very focused, especially on our local Peoria small businesses and doing everything that we can to make sure that they survive this. So I would encourage everyone to check out those websites for more information. And if there's a question that they cannot get answered through that, make sure that they call economic development here at the city of Peoria. We'll make sure we get those questions answered to the best of our ability. We have a motion to receive and file this presentation by Councilmember Sear and seconded by Councilmember Ali. If there are no further questions, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Mayor Ardis.
Aye.
Councilmember Ali.
Aye.
Councilmember Sear.
Aye.
Councilmember Grab.
Aye.
Councilmember Jensen.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo. Councilmember
Aye.
Montalongo. Councilmember Moore.
Yes.
Councilmember Euler.
Aye.
Councilmember Riggenbach.
Aye.
Councilmember Ruckriegel.
Aye.
11-0. It passes unanimously. The next item is 20-081, which is a request to receive and file a presentation on the impact of COVID-19 relating to the city's budget.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll maybe just set the table just a little bit for the city manager here while we get his presentation queued up. The intent was this year to start the budget discussions. little bit earlier. The COVID situation has forced us into a very serious situation. The city manager is going to give us an overview of the impact that the COVID has had on us here in the first few weeks, and also to try to help us with some projections going into the second part of the year. I think it's important for us to realize that we're working with real numbers here in terms of lost revenue. As much as we are hoping that our elected officials in Washington, D.C. are going to be able to help get the city itself some assistance, we can't count on it at this point. So the city manager is going to present the situation to us as it is right now, not knowing if there's going to be money coming from the feds. So we need to give him direction this evening. No final decisions are going to be made. This is very similar to the actual budget process, where we will give the city manager direction on how we would like to see him bring back a budget that's going to help us work through this. So when he comes back to us in 2 weeks with a plan based on our recommendations, that will be the time we'll actually have some votes. So if we get into a situation tonight where there doesn't seem to be a consensus on providing that direction to the city manager, I'm going to request for actual motions and seconds, just so we can let the manager know where the majority of us are on that particular item. So with that as the setup, Mr. Manager, the floor is yours.
Muted. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was muted there. You have the slide deck in front of you that we had presented to council last week that was included in the council packet that was emailed out earlier this week to all of the city employees as well. 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, when we had our last city council meeting, we had a conversation about what is the role of the council during an emergency. And tonight we're going to get into what is really the essence of the council's role. Tonight is for the council to really define the parameters of spending in a time of crisis and ensuring that there's the business continuity of public services that we have. So some of the response priorities that staff have looked at so far in this presentation that you'll see in front of you is we've tried to balance our near-term and long-term needs. We've tried to look at where we can redeploy funds towards business recovery, and as well looking at what might be some new programs that we can implement with some additional funds from the federal government. So if we could move on to the next slide, the 2020 budget was balanced. We had revenues of $217.7 million and $218 million of expenses. And obviously the COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted this plan. If we could move on to the next slide. The projected revenue shortfalls for 2020 that we're looking at are vast. We're looking at probably a 5% reduction in property tax collections as we have more people in Peoria that are out of work. We're looking at a reduction in our home rule sales taxes of about 39% if we get back on our feet by July 1st. We're looking at a 64% reduction in hotel taxes, a 54% reduction in restaurant taxes, and then a 25% reduction in sewer and stormwater revenues. And we'll be talking about that later this evening. We're also seeing that business activity, licenses, permits, and fees are down 20%. On the state side, we do receive a lot of assistance from the state, being sales taxes and income taxes. We're seeing that and anticipating that we'll see state sales taxes reduced by 39%, income taxes reduced by 33%, and corporate income taxes reduced by 33%. So the next slide, please. So if we wanted to provide you with a couple of projections of what the whole in terms of our revenues might look like. And so this is the budget that was originally adopted on the left-hand side at $217.7 million of revenue. And we built in some assumptions as of last week that if we were going to be shut down until May 1st and there was no new federal or state support, there was no additional revenues that would be coming in, or there would be no additional delay in revenues. And then as we recover out of this, that we would see that recovery curve would be about 80% below what we had projected by year end. This would be the kind of decline in revenues that we would see. Property taxes, home rule sales taxes, HRA taxes, stormwater and sewer fees, licenses and permits would decline $20.4 million. State sources would decline $10.6 million. We know, and we'll have a conversation here later this evening about the potential or the actual increase that we're going to see in CDBG funding and ESG money from the CARES Act of $1.6 million. And then we have an identified, as staff walk through, a reduction of about $15.2 million in debt financing that we would recommend that we not go forward with at this point in time because of the turmoil in the bond market. So overall, we would be looking at a $44.6 million reduction in our revenues if we were to be getting back on our feet by May 1. If we could, in the next slide, if we look at this, if this continued shutdown lasts until July 1, the numbers get progressively worse. We see that our local sources grow to $26.7 million. Our state sources grow to $14.3 million. So that growth over a 2-month period would move us from $44 million to $54.5 million. This would also assume that the recovery curve, with fewer months in the year, would only reach 75% of our original budget projection. So if we could move on to the next slide. The COVID-19 pandemic has really tipped the balance in the extreme. Where we had $218 million of expenses on the revenue side, we're now looking at a significant loss of revenue and only $163.2 million of revenue across all funds. Next slide, please. So what staff did over a series of meetings, we took a look at our capital improvement program and we looked at making reductions to that. As I mentioned, there was $15.2 million in bond funding that we looked at reducing, but we went even further than that just based upon some of the other revenues, sewer revenues, stormwater revenues that we know that we'd have to adjust. And there were some parameters that we built into how we looked at recommending those reductions. First, has the money already been spent or committed? We have some projects where we've purchased equipment or we've started a project and that money has been committed. Second, will the cuts create funds that can be used or reduce our debt requirements? Third, will there be other grant funding lost if we don't pursue it now? And in some instances, we've had that, for example, the resurfacing of Allen Road. Fourth, are there smaller investments that can keep the delay to a minimum as we recover and replan this? And then lastly, is it legally required? So in the supporting tables, we did provide all of that detail for you on our proposed recommendations for you for capital cuts. But even with those capital cuts, we are still not balanced. That would reduce $26.7 million, but we would still have a considerable way to go to balance our spending. So really the capital budget doesn't provide any really aid to the operating budget overall to provide any reduction in our resources. And really the problem that we have is the expenses that we have in our largest operating fund, which is the general fund. Next slide, please. So now we're going to zero in on the general fund. The general fund had a budget that was $95.8 million, and we had $98.1 million of revenues that we were anticipating bringing in. But we're seeing that now with lost revenues, we're going to be down to $65.6 million of available resources in the general fund. We've made some adjustments based upon what we know with the estimates of HRA taxes, but what we're looking at is really that overall we're about $31.5 million away from balancing the general fund. We would see that the support for the Civic Center, CVB, and the arts programs like Arts Partners are cut because we have to service the debt. And in fact, the situation is that within the HRA tax funding, we won't have enough money in HRA taxes to pay the debt service on the Civic Center. So we're going to have to use other resources out of the general fund to pay it. Second, there's going to be more support needed for public safety pensions, as we know that our pension funding, we're anticipating that property taxes will decline. And the next slide, we'll talk about that in a little greater detail. But overall, $31.5 million is needed in either expense cuts or short-term borrowing. We need to reduce expenses or prop it up by that $31.5 million in the general fund. So if we could turn to the next slide. Our police and fire pensions were $24.6 million. If we're going to see that our property taxes are reduced because we're not seeing the same amount of revenue coming in, we're going to have to make that up, and we're going to have to fill that up so that we can meet our pension obligations. So looking at that, we had adopted a budget that was going to require in 2020 that we transfer $3.2 million out of the general fund. That's on top of the property taxes that we fund for pensions. That's on top of the personal property taxes that go in to support pensions, and on top of the public safety pension fee that was adopted. We still need to transfer $3.2 million this year. That was the plan to go in to support our public safety pensions. Now, because of what we're anticipating in less property tax revenues, that number is actually going to be closer to $4 million. So $800,000 more is going to have to be put towards public safety pensions. And the problem is, going forward, we know that our pension obligations are going to be considerably higher as we've seen that the market has been really battered by the uncertainty of the pandemic and the stock market being down. If it doesn't increase here in the second half of the year or the next 3 quarters of the year as we go through this, we're really going to be having to make that up in the out years because remember, our plan for public safety pensions by state law, they have to be 90% funded by the year 2040. Next slide, please. So this is really the core of the challenge. And the core of the challenge that we have is that $31.5 million gap is 46% of the adopted general fund budget's personnel and benefit costs. So that's $67.8 million. 1/3 of the year is effectively over. We have to assume we're through 4 months of the year. So our unspent personnel and benefit costs total $45.1 million. So that gap is 70% of what we have in unspent salary and benefit costs. We cannot cut 7 out of 10 employees to resolve this challenge. The salary and headcounts are probably going to be necessary. We know we're going to have to make some cuts, but staff needs guidance from the City Council on how much of a cut do you want to make and where do you want to make it, or gearing that direction back from you. Short-term borrowing will provide us with funds to retain our operations, but that also comes at a cost. These costs, if we borrow, must be repaid, and at this point in time, it could be very costly. So this is an ambiguous challenge that we have right now. We really don't know if there's any state or federal assistance that could come our way. They're still discussing it. They're still debating it right now in Washington. And we know that some decisions are going to be important to be made soon, because the longer we wait, the larger the impact we're going to have on fiscal year 2021. Here's the other thing that makes this ambiguous is we don't know what the recovery is going to look like. We don't know when it's going to start, and I think that adds to this level of uncertainty. The Oregon Office of Economic Analysis, which is an economic arm of the state of Oregon, had looked at this and had put this chart out, and I thought that it was a good example of what we might be seeing here. We're going to see that after the restrictions are listed, we'll probably see an initial bounce back in terms of some economic activity. but then eventually that's going to slow down. And the question is, what does that recovery look like? There are, past business cycle downturns have had a V-shaped recovery that look very short, and then they pop back up. This is not that type of a downturn. We're seeing significant job loss throughout the nation and significant job loss in Illinois. So that's going to mean that we may see a recovery that is like the recovery of the Great Recession, which took 5 years to get back to where we were when we started in the recession in 2008, and it looked more like a U. It was a very U-shaped recession. Or we could have an L-shaped recession, which we never get back to where we were before. And those are the questions that we don't know as of this point in time. Next slide, please. So if we have that going forward, that we don't know where we're going to be, we need to prepare. We need to prepare by looking at how we can close this gap this year, but then also knowing that that the recovery is going to take a longer period of time into 2021. So we're going to need to make adjustments to our spending plan in 2021 as well, in order to think about where we're going to be heading as a city and as an organization, and also really trying to encourage the economic health and recovery of our community as we move forward. Next slide, please. So what are we doing? I think what we'd like to do, I think we'd like to really look at ways that we could work with you to come up with some different scenarios as we move ahead through this process, because it is uncertain. There may be different financial levers that we want to be prepared to pull if we know that the situation is as dire as we're anticipating it, or maybe if it's not as dire as we move through this recovery phase. It's going to mean a reduction in operations. It's going to mean that we're going to have to look at different ways that we do business. But we also have to keep in mind that we're public servants and that we provide public service. So that's important because the services that we provide, whether it's maintaining infrastructure, public safety, or it's community and economic development, are important as we go forward. So I think staff wants to make sure that we're developing a range of scenarios that we can look at. And then we need to work with you on what are some of those drop dead dates for critical actions, not only in this year, but as we look ahead to 2021 as well. It was mentioned earlier in the prior discussion that we have a long-term recovery planning team that's in place. Anthony Corso has been working along with staff from the EDC and staff from the Community Development Department to start to develop and put some framework around a long-term recovery plan for the community. But we're also looking at what we might have to do to really change our programs and support different shifts in funding as we move ahead with this, and looking at partnering within the community with other financial organizations for the fiscal health of the city. Next slide, please. So some of those financial levers that we're thinking of, obviously, there's our current debt and there's the bond market. And right now what we've seen is a very volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous bond market. We don't know if we can, with the way that it's currently structured, if we can restructure and extend our current debt to try and reduce our debt load. Can we work with the Federal Reserve's new credit facility to assist Peoria? It sounds like that's going to have to be done through the state of Illinois. So there may be some opportunity there that we can look at that. What can we do on the business recovery side? As we'll get into here a little bit later, we have about $1.7 million in currently programmed CDBG funding, and then the additional CDBG funding that may be coming in that we may want to look at structuring a program similar to what Illinois is doing to model a program similar to what they're doing right now with their downstate small business stabilization program, using CDBG dollars like they are to create a program for business recovery here inside the city of Peoria. Do we need to look at some sort of line of credit or revolving loan that would solve the problem of cash, but it may not solve the problem of missing revenue? In addition, if we were to take a loan out or a line of credit out, it's going to be expensive and we're going to have to pay that back. Over a 10-year period, a $30 million loan, for example, would be about $3.5 million a year that we would have to pay that back. And then there's obviously operating reductions. We've restricted travel. We have initiated some expense reductions. We're going to be looking at every expense that we have. We've instituted a hiring freeze, kind of in a limited scope right now. Staffing reductions may be the next step that we have to look at, as well as any other large operating reductions that we would have to make. Next slide, please. So again, as we don't have the clarity on the length of time we're going to be staying at home, the state and federal responses or support that may come, we need to phase in our approaches. But we do need to respond. And as part of that plan of action, as I said, we've looked at making capital reductions. We need to really hone and define what are our financial levers that we want to develop and work with you on that. We want to start to plan for service reductions and reorganizations if we have to move to that front. And then we need to make sure that as we're doing this, that we're balancing and protecting the recovery of our community with maximizing and protecting public safety. So that's really kind of the framework that from our perspective, that we're thinking about this. So with the next slide, if we could move on, I think here's the key council decisions that are in front of you that we need to think about. First, obviously, tonight we have some expense reductions and some deferrals of revenue that will be coming up after we have this discussion about the budget, whether that's landscaping or deferring sewer rates. We also want to hear from you and get guidance from you on operational cuts and borrowing and thoughts on those two items. At our next meeting, we'd like to formally make the decisions on those capital decisions, as well as then starting to hone and work in on those operational options and reorganization options we may have, as well as any other financial options that you may want to give us direction for tonight. We want to be flexible because, again, as we said, this may change. We may see that we get money that's coming in from the state. We may get money that's coming in from the federal government. We don't know yet. We have to continually discuss and engage with our legislators opportunities for support, and we need to support the information flow as new programs emerge and opportunities arise. But overall, I think as we wrap up this part of the presentation, I think at a minimum that we need to think through what we need to do as we look ahead to the 2021 budget is that there is going to have to be some sort of reset going forward in terms of our spending. And it's likely it's about $8 million, but it may be more. At this point in time, that's the anticipated numbers that we're thinking that we would need to do. So that concludes the formal presentation. I had asked Deborah and Jim to weigh in if there's anything else that they want to add. As far as supporting documentation, we included in the packet and in the material that was distributed, we included the fund summaries as adopted for 2020. We then included where we had estimated some expense and revenue adjustments across all funds was the next, that would be page 3 and 4 of the supporting tables. We then have the detailed recommendations on capital projects, which would be items 5 and 6 for you to review. And then pages 7 and 8 of the supporting documentation included just a snapshot of all funds and a snapshot of the general fund, just so you can see it at a glance in terms of that information. We received about 30 plus questions from city council members, and we have also included that information out there for you, and that was sent out to you earlier this afternoon. That includes a number of questions that we received from council that we included as the first report back for you as well. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to start answering questions.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Just for the listening audience, the presentation that the city manager just presented is available on our website under council meeting information. So if anybody wants to pull that presentation up, you can get that on the website. So we are open for questions or comments to the city manager and his team. Councilmember Euler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a procedural question. Any adjustment we make in these budgets is going to require a supermajority, correct?
My understanding, Councilman, is that budget reductions don't require a supermajority vote. Because you have an overall budget spending authority that is up to $95 million in the general fund and $218 million in the overall all funds, but a reduction does not require a supermajority vote.
Thank you.
Councilmember Graham.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Manager, I'm sure you're not delighted with the presentation, but I do think you've given us a number of approaches the City Council can utilize, and I think we should benefit from what we did when the Great Recession hit back in 2008 and what happened to our city because of our response. I think most of us are aware that we're just beginning to recover from that as we attempt to rebuild our city and bring our property values back. I know that the economic experts, most of them will attest to the fact that in our country today, we've had roughly 13 years of uninterrupted economic expansion until this horrible pandemic caused our economy to go into an enforced coma. So because of that reason, I am not, over the period of maybe a year and a half, overly concerned. I believe the economy will bounce back and bounce back strong. Therefore, I think as much as possible, we should keep any reductions as low as possible, and we should take a look at taking a big, deep breath until we actually get that package coming back as to what the states and municipalities will actually get, and we will be getting assistance. And I would very strongly recommend that we look at going to a loan line of credit to minimize any impact on our citizens, because frankly, I believe that any cuts that we make now will impact public safety. I believe almost all the jobs in our city are public safety related at this point in time. We have cut over 200 jobs in the past 12 years. So I would urge restraint on the part of the council. The easiest thing to do is it's not easy, but to overreact would be a tragedy. And I would hope that we would get clarification, hopefully before we meet next time, on what we're going to get in terms of assistance from the stimulus package they're working on, and then look strongly at a line of credit loan to help weather this crisis. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And Councilmember Jensen next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Urich, and all your staff. You've put forth a lot of work in this under difficult, challenging times, and we really appreciate all the work that you've done. I am supportive. I've gone through the whole list of capital projects that you're proposing to reduce, and I do support these reductions. I do have a couple questions about them. One is with regards to the cuts that we've made for projects that were going to be funded by the different TIFs. What happened, I guess, because there's 3 different TIFs that I see that we're postponing capital projects for in the downtown TIF, the Eagle View TIF, and the South Village TIF. And so I know those have different time periods for expiration, but what happens to that money if we don't spend it? Because we have to use it for TIF related activities, correct?
That's correct. I think more than anything, we would have to use those dollars for TIF reasons only. What we were looking at was, again, in this environment, just trying to hold on to some cash. And I think that's more than anything. It was trying to just make sure that we had liquidity. And so that was the reason to really suspend those projects at this point in time, to hold off on those. There is one, the North Side Riverfront Business Park TIF, that expires in 2 years. And we've had some initial conversations with the neighbors about using some of that for infrastructure purposes. So that TIF, we left out those recommendations of spending in the budget because we're running out of time before the conclusion of that TIF.
Okay, so that was one of my questions. The other ones then I assume are, and I don't have the list in front of me of all the TIFs in there when they expire, but I'm assuming they have then more than 2 years left in their TIF.
That's correct.
Okay. Another question I have sort of related to that, for the projects that we're postponing and not moving forward with, that we're going to be paid for with the storm water utility fee, what happens then to that money from the stormwater utility fee if we don't use it for those projects?
Well, again, those funds would stay in the stormwater utility fee, and because it's an enterprise fund, those dollars have to remain there. The issue with the stormwater utility fee, as I mentioned earlier, is we're anticipating that we'll see, just based upon the unemployment rate, that we may see that our revenue collections for stormwater utility fees and sewer rates may be about 25% down from where they are currently. So that's, again, we're just trying to be conservative with this at this point in time, knowing that if it's not as bad, we can come back and adjust that later as well.
And then I guess what are the plans? I know that we have to postpone the CSO given this financial projection that we're looking at. Do you have any thoughts on when we would move forward?
Yeah, so here's the issue there. We're one of two parties. The federal government kind of has a say over that as well. We have strongly implored them that with the economy the way it is, it would not be responsible for the city to move forward at this point in time in executing any consent decree and saddling the city with any obligations when we don't know what it's going to look like as we move through this environment, in this economic environment. We will be asking them for as much time that we need in order to be able to move through this process when we're through the recovery side and we know that we have resources available and won't overly burden our citizens.
Have you had that conversation with them, or have they responded?
We've communicated that to them.
But we haven't received a response?
We've received a response that they understand our position.
And that's it? And okay.
That's it.
The other thing, I didn't receive the communication that you talked about that was sent out this afternoon. I just double checked my email.
We will make sure that that gets out to council if it didn't. I apologize. It should have been a budget report back file similar to the budget report backs that we had sent out to council. Should have went out around 4:30. So we'll make sure that you get that.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have for now.
I have Councilmember Riggenbach next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Manager and team, for that presentation. I think it's really important that we're able to put some numbers to this, because it's just clearly mind-boggling at so many levels. I think it's really important, and I would like the headline of the newspaper tomorrow to be is the city had a balanced budget 2 months ago. We passed the budget for 2020 unanimously last fall, if you recall, it was balanced. And as recently as our last meeting, we were still anticipating the IHSA tournament and the new hotel opening downtown. So many of these things are just beyond the pale when you try to wrap your arms around the impact. So this presentation really puts it in black and white for us. I think Councilman Gray really hit the nail on the head when he was saying we need to learn the lessons from 2008. And as we look at the cuts and the things that we need to do, we need to make sure that we're using that fillet knife, not the butcher knife, that we are very judicious in how we move forward. With that being said, in my opinion, the number one thing we need to do is get on the phone with Representative Gordon Booth, Representative Spain, Senator Kaler, Senator Weaver, and implore them that the 2040 date to have our pensions 90% funded, it is just not going to happen. That if they haven't understood the gravity of that arbitrary date and number, hopefully this puts it in a clearer perspective for them. I think that needs to be something they get from the city manager's office. I would include my colleagues around the horseshoe that we need to reach out to these folks, that we need to make that a very clear desire that there needs to be relief in that regard. Second, Mr. Manager, as you prepare the final version of the CIP cuts along with the team, I would really ask you to take a close look at the economic significance that some of those projects have. I don't want to call any out by name tonight. I'll talk to you offline about that, but I just really think we need to remember that some of these are economic drivers, just as that EDA funded project on North University was. Then once the cuts are finalized, I hope we can bookmark it, if you will, that when we get to the other side of this crisis, that we have the same list of things that we put on hold, and that we can pick up from there, so that those who have worked hard to get these things in the budget realize it's not going to be lost. Then a question, Mr. Manager, you used 30 million as an example for borrowing. What, not that we want to borrow 30 million, not that we want to borrow 40 million, but is there, how would we move forward with that? You mentioned a line of credit as opposed to going to the bond market. Would you just go into a little more detail on that, please?
Maybe if I could ask Director Scroggins to jump in here and talk a little. He's been having conversations with the bankers and the banking community.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I have reached out to our local banking community here, the banks that we currently use, to look at the possibility of extending a line of credit or similar to a private placement bond with them. Late this afternoon, I've gotten a response from them that the line of credit would probably not work on their books, because typically a line of credit has less than a year repayment, and we were looking at probably 5 to 10 to 15 years is what I was looking at having them quote us. So there is also a new liquidity facility being established that we haven't had a chance to look into, as the manager referred to earlier. Some of that would require the state to file on our behalf. So we're looking into that, and I will be speaking with our financial advisors tomorrow morning to discuss, the possibility of a bond. We don't know what that dollar amount's going to be at this point.
And that was going to be, I guess, a follow-up would be, is 30 million even a realistic number to be looking at? Is it should we be talking more about 20, or is 40 feasible? I mean, I know this is all so hypothetical, but is $30 million a realistic number to be throwing out there?
The number that $30 million number was presuming that the state wouldn't change any of their just distributions at this point, delay any more payments. There was rumor that they had talked about allowing sales tax to be delayed till October. As long as they don't impact those distributions of revenues to the city, I think it's a reasonable number as we approach the year end in an effort to make sure we can cover all of our debt service payments in December.
Thank you. I guess my last thought would be the staffing reductions. Unfortunately has to be on the table as well. I would again just remind us of the lessons we learned from 2008 as to what that does to the delivery of service and to public safety and the perception of that. So, number one, lobby Springfield, just as we're talking about delaying, the county is delaying property taxes with that 2040 deadline of 9% funding. I think we need to use this as that opportunity to remind them of the unrealistic nature of it. A closer review of the CIP cuts, and then the landing options. So appreciate the support, appreciate the dialogue tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to Councilmember Regenbach, just I know you realize this, and you were talking about the importance of it. We have almost daily conversations with our state elected officials. They're very aware of the challenges that we have right now, and they're ultra aware of the pension situation that every community in the state was under before this happened, let alone now. So they don't even know when they're going to be back in session, but they're very aware of the priority that has to be put on that pension decision. But in regards to the rest of these, we're talking to those folks on almost a daily basis, as well as our federal officials, both Congressman LaHood and Bustos, and our senators as well, Durbin and Duckwood. I have Councilmember Moore next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. City Manager, for the presentation. We've discussed some of this last week, and I'm thankful for the additional information you're providing. I do have a question and a comment. My first question is, with the city of Peoria being the largest city inside the county of Peoria, do we have any plans to try to work with the county so that we each can leverage funds that we have to drive those funds to be to go longer distances?
We can certainly have the conversation about how we can partner with the county. We operate the landfill together. We have bartered services with them in the past. We provide dispatch services for them. They house our arrestees at the jail. So there are opportunities clearly where we can work together with them and can look at how we can work together. And I think, when we start to see numbers of this magnitude, there are going to be more people and more organizations that are going to be looking at how they can work with one another, because we're going to be forced to.
Absolutely. And then the observation, you indicated earlier that next council meeting, staff will be coming back with different suggestions to address some of the levers that you talked about. In looking at the funds and the opportunity for funding that the Economic Development Department and Mr. Setti presented, all of those are focused primarily on businesses, corporations, organizations. And in your budget presentation, you've indicated that there's CDBG funding that will be repurposed. I would hope that when we look at the recommendations for the use of those funds, that we can focus those funds on the workforce recovery programs. As you have heard and many know, the hospitality industry and the retail industry are hardest hit in all of this. And many of those citizens live in our communities. And I would have to say in my district, that's probably the primary makeup of the workforce. And so if we're looking at programs coming out to utilize those funds to take this opportunity to train people in livable wage jobs, so that when they get back to work, if this is a U-shape or God forbid an L-shape recovery, when we come back on the other side of this, so many people now are getting used to virtual meetings and internet technology and Zoom. I contend those livable wage jobs in the field of IT would be well utilized when people get on the other side of that training. And so I would just like to see those funds, those CDBG funds, focus more on the workforce, since all the other resources that are listed on a whole page and a half that was provided to us is focusing on small businesses. I'm sure folks listening to our meeting tonight probably thought, wait a minute, what about me? And I just want to make sure we come back thinking about the average person who is unemployed out of those industries. Thank you.
I have Councilmember Kelly next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think that we should put such an emphasis on public works projects as especially road projects, in order to cut our current expenses. These projects have to be done. We have to spend this money. However, the money or revenue that we're not getting now, we're not going to get later to pay for these projects. That money is gone. Now, maybe the federal government or the state government will bail us out, and maybe they won't. But my point is, we're not really saving any money by postponing these projects. They still have to be done. If we're short of money today, we need to cut today's expenses, not postpone them. We have to cut expenses that we won't have to make up for later. There'll be no new money to make up that effort. We've gotten into several serious financial binds before, and we've chosen to use public works as our piggy bank. And this practice has only gotten us into deeper trouble later on. We managed to create backlogs so large that we're still not back even to current needs. Let's not go down that road again. Also, in the past, we've gotten so far behind that we've used tax increases to bring us back. Now, that hasn't worked very well either, as it's made Peoria a worse place to live or to do business. Going after our public works responsibilities to solve this financial crisis, or primarily going after them, is not, in my opinion, wise. In the long run, it saves us nothing and probably makes these projects even more expensive. You know, it's like the loans we're talking about. You know, yeah, we can borrow some money. Well, how are we going to repay that money? We're not ever going to get this money that we're out today. We're never going to get back. So if we borrow, all we're going to be doing is cramping the future for us. We need to take as much as we can. the money that we need today out of today's spending. This is a serious, but it is a short-term problem. Let's use short-term solutions to solve it. Thank you.
So I think the manager outlined approximately $26.7 million in capital reductions. Mr. Manager, I think that was ballpark where we were.
That is correct.
Councilman Kelly, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but did you want to offer, alternatives? I mean, that's
well,
$26.7 million.
You can put me on the spot if you'd like, Mr.
No,
Mayor. We have Public Works, we have the police. I think the police, I'm not in favor of cutting the police. We have a big police problem or a crime problem in our city. I think we have to go, however, to payroll. I think we have to start thinking very seriously about much deeper layoffs in the short run than we're thinking of. It's no fun, I understand, but I think that looking at our fire department, where we've got a lot of duplicative services with AMT, is an excellent place, especially in the short run, to look. Recently, my own father broke his hip in my driveway, and we had to call 911. He broke his hip, and we had AMT and the fire department show up. And it's a broken hip. They very carefully put him in the ambulance and took him to the hospital. We don't need that kind of coverage. I am not apprised at all of where fat is, and I don't imagine there is very much fat in our personnel. But so I don't have any brilliant ideas, although I'd be happy to work on them over these next 2 weeks or a week if we could do a special meeting. But I think we need to concentrate much more on today's expenses rather than these long-term investments that we're just going to keep putting off and we're still going to have to pay for.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I had Councilmember Rodriguez next.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, City Manager, and to Director Scroggins. I put out quite a list of questions for you, as I know some other council members did, and I appreciate getting those answers back. They were very helpful, and I know it seems like we're asking for a lot of data, but I think that's what we've got to look at here. Is we've got in front of us what can be an emotional decision, or one that we can be looking out for our constituents and the longevity of our city. And I think that we've got to be able to look at all those pieces together. First off, those questions, and I appreciate those answers. Will you be putting that report back where the public can see those questions and answers?
Yes, we will.
Okay. And having read those answers and gone through this, and seeing your presentation again tonight and having some time to look at it beforehand, what stands out to me is 2008 was a very tough time, and we learned a lot of lessons. That capital projects delayed become capital projects that are more expensive, and that we can postpone some capital projects, but eventually we've got to be able to make sure the capital side of the house doesn't fall. But what I also see from 2008 is, while many communities recovered, I, at least, when I look at the fact that we never did build up our fund balance reserves for the general fund from 2008, we have an IOU to the garbage that we have not paid. I don't know that we've actually fully recovered, and I use that not as a criticism, but as a lesson that even when hard decisions are made, we've got to think long term. We can't think of short term, because we don't know how long this recovery will take. I appreciate reaching out to the state. I know we've got a very good communication with our legislators. We are well represented down in Springfield. I hope that we are also reaching out to the federal side of this, because the federal side of what has come out so far, while it deals very heavily with cities of population of 500,000 or more, have kind of missed, in a way, cities of our size, which are also dealing with the effects of COVID and what will be the recovery effects. And so I think we need to push on as hard on our federal legislators as we are doing for our state legislators, because I know we've got our state legislators' ears. And, you know, I look at, I guess, growing up, there was one lesson I learned, which was Band-Aids hold on very well, except when you're underwater. They eventually come off. And while we had a balanced budget for 20 and 21, you also presented us the reality that we were going to be underwater in a couple of years because we weren't structurally set up to be able to maintain that balance. And so I caution us by just making short-term Band-Aid cuts at this point, because it won't get us to where we ultimately need to be, and whether it be 6 months or a year, we'll be right back at this place. So I guess part of my challenge to you is, when you're bringing back this plan, we need to be looking out at a 3 and a 5 year plan of recovery as well, because we don't just get to go through 20 and 21 and then everything's okay. We've got to be able to realize the choices we make actually affect 3 to 5 years out. We're never coming back. The current situation that we have can't continue. It is structural. We've talked about it for many years. It's a hard decision to make, and I don't think we can't do it all out of payroll. We can't do it all out of one section. This is way beyond any one sort of thought process, but it's got to be a plan that is balanced for our full community. And I guess that's also my concern here, is that we make sure that the plan that comes out, that the path forward does not, and I really repeat that, does not leave behind the same people of color who have suffered the systematic disinvestment in our neighborhoods and schools, and their quality of life that we seem to do sometimes, not just us as a community, but because those are the first easy cuts to do. If we're really planning a long-term solution and a recovery, I want to make sure that it encompasses our full city with all of its citizens, and that recovery piece includes businesses of all types and all sizes. And that probably comes back to the capital piece, because as we're reinvesting in those capital pieces, let's make sure and prioritize the ones that actually will help businesses throughout our community, because that way we get a twofer. It doesn't make sense that we would come up with a long-term recovery plan from the economic side of the house, but not also align our capital dollars to there as well. Just some thoughts there. I know we've got a long way to go on this, but I'll leave it with this. Every bill eventually becomes due, and eventually you have to pay it. We can't just borrow our way out of this, because at a certain point, we're not going to have any more to borrow. But I look forward to working together with you, with the mayor, with the full council, to come up with a balanced approach to be able to address this situation.
Councilmember Ali next.
Thank you, Mayor Artis. And thank you, Manager Urich, for your thorough, very comprehensive presentation. It's really difficult to study and receive a report like this, because it's reality, what we're looking at right now, and the projections are just very grim. But I'm as optimistic as Councilman Greb that we've recovered before and will recover again. The hole is deep, and it's clear, I think, very clear, based upon where our budget lines are, that there's no way to close that gap without putting everything on the table and looking at reducing, and I would say prioritizing capital projects, but also looking at staff. And I think that we have to take incremental steps. Anybody that doesn't believe that we're lean in terms of staffing, we're lean. The city is lean. Many of the employees, and I don't know what percentage you classify as essential, but almost a good high percentage of our employees are essential employees. And I think that we have to protect them. We have to take every precaution to support them and avoid as much as possible any long-term or permanent staff cuts. There's no doubt that staff are going to be impacted by this, and I think that there's some opportunities. I don't think that we can wait on relief from the federal or state government. I believe we're probably going to get some, Councilman Greb, but I don't think that we can wait. I think that we do have to put a plan in place in spite of, not having that currently in place. But I think that we need to look at some of the opportunities that are being provided right now that may not be provided later, and that we take a proactive step. And so one thought that I have, and it's not popular, it's not going to make me popular, but I want to be more responsible than being popular, is that right now, through July the 1st, anyone who is impacted by COVID-19 and they temporarily lose their job, or they're laid off, or they're furloughed, they not only qualify for their unemployment benefit, but they also qualify for this additional $600 per week supplementary unemployment. This is unprecedented that the federal government, has put that money in place to provide this to support people. So that's an additional $2,400 a month on top of an individual's unemployment benefit. So if their benefit is, say, $600, $650, or $700 per week, on top of that, they're going to get another $600 per week. So they could potentially get $5,000 or more a month. If you look over, if that happened over a 12-month period, that's like a salary of $60,000. Not a salary, but a benefit of $60,000. But what if that took place for 1 or 2 months for some of our employees, that a furlough was imposed as opposed to long-term or permanent cuts? What level of savings might that give us in terms of not only getting ahead of this, but also looking out for our employees and making sure that they're not being hurt later by not having a job to come back to, and then, the impact that it has on our public services. So that's one of the thoughts that has come to mind, is that are we better off doing something now as opposed to waiting till later when the scenario may be worse? I think we have to look at all types of scenarios, and that's one that I encourage us to to take a look at and examine.
Mr. Manager,
I think also I appreciated those comments that were made by Councilman Ruckriegel in terms of being equitable, to be inclusive. And, you know, there's very vulnerable populations within our city, and I think our solutions have to be equitable. And there has to be some compromise. So I'll stop with that. Thank you.
Mr. Manager, have there been any preliminary discussions with, can you hear me? Had there been any preliminary discussions with the furlough program and looking at the additional money coming from Fed?
We can certainly prepare a report back on that front. One point, any furloughs or a layoff situation, we still would have to provide 30 days notice to our bargaining units under our collective bargaining agreements if we did something along those lines. But that is something that we could provide you with more information on that coming back.
Have we given any notice to our bargaining units yet?
We have not yet, but we will very soon.
Okay. Councilmember Montalongo is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gosh, I've heard a lot of really good and interesting comments from my colleagues here tonight. Mr. City Manager, thank you for doing a really good job here in providing all this information in a digestible way here. Certainly this is probably the most complex and challenging moment that we have for us. I think at this point right now, I have to side with several of my colleagues that I think we're going to recover from this sooner than probably most people are expecting. I think and the reason why I say that is prior to this situation, we had a really good economy moving in the right direction. And this is, you know, being mandated to us from federal and state to close up shop and people stay at home. And as soon as this starts to open back up, I think it's going to recover pretty quickly as well. I did have a couple questions, or at least one question here on the CIP, just to make sure I understood. I seen some areas that had blanks and no numbers in them. Some of the rows that did not have a dollar amount in the reduction that were blank.
That should be a zero, Councilman.
Okay.
If there's a couple of those, that should be a zero.
Alrighty. And I just want to make a comment too. I thought you did a nice job prioritizing and having a method to picking which projects go and which ones would be cut. I think one of the other things to take a look at is we've spent a considerable amount of money and time studying the pavement condition index. And there are some roads that do need to move forward. Otherwise, they're going to cost us more in the long run. I just wanted to make that comment, and that's something that we need to be very aware of. And as well as we're talking about these projects, I think, you know, as we start thinking about our federal and our state, I mean, everybody's going to be challenged for the dollars. And I certainly hope that from the federal side and the state side, they don't just start whacking out all the projects. I'm sure there's going to be some management on it, but I think that'll be very telling on how fast we recover. You know, as a small business owner and somebody who's been focusing on federal contracting and getting to this point, if they just slash the budget for all the projects, that would be pretty, that would certainly be causing a lot of damage to our business and all the investments that we've made over the last few years.
and being ready to do a project and to see them cut. So if everybody from federal and state and city, county, if everybody just starts cutting projects, I think that's going to be very hurtful to recovery. And I just say that because I know some of them we're going to have to, but we need to be very careful on that selection process to knowing that those dollars, people are working, projects are getting done, that money is still staying in our economy. I do understand the challenge of coming up with the money to pay for it. Looking over here, some of my notes and other industries that are being challenged as well as the medical industry. I know a lot of the medical in our community have been put on hold right now as all of the supplies that they have to purchase and use day to day have been put on hold for the major emergency at the hospitals. And I know they are struggling just as well, and those are obviously the medical industry in our community is a very big anchor and the foundation of our new economy. Just looking over my notes here real quick, as everybody had a lot of great things to say, and I did appreciate some of the comments that Councilwoman Rita Ali made. Mr. City Manager, if you've done any financial modeling with the staffing reductions, if you could please share those with us when you get a moment. And that kind of leads me back to wanting a little bit more information as well on the different departments that we have. If we could get a head count by departments and dollars that are associated with that, and I guess the number of manager or supervisors as to the working staff in those departments. That's all I have to say at this point. Thank you very much.
I have Councilmember Sear next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Manager, thank you very much for this report, and I also want to say thank you for that 30 minutes we spent together yesterday. I left you with about a dozen questions yesterday and some ideas. When will you put all these questions together and all the other council people question together like you usually do during a budget session?
Yes, Councilman. I meant to send it out to the entire council at 4:30 this afternoon. As I went back and looked at my email, I did not blind copy council, so the department heads have gotten it twice. You received it this evening during our conversation here. So, and it's also been posted out on the web, so the public can see it. It's on the website. If you go out to council meeting information, this budget presentation, the supporting tables, and the report backs are all out on our website right now.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Just a couple comments. And number one, if you're looking for short-term directions from us, as far as I'm concerned, I believe that cash is king, and I believe that cash gives us a lot of flexibility. So my recommendation for you would be to try to really restructure our current debts if possible. Have a line of credit. I'm not sure why Mr. Scroggins said line of credit. Our bank's only a year or less. I mean, there's a lot of line of credits out there for 10 years or longer. But whatever we can do to get a line of credit or a private placement, some bonds, some revenue bonds, preferably that doesn't affect our rating, our S&P rating. But any type of cash, even selling. I know you and I talked about selling some assets. Maybe this is not a seller's market. We understand that, but maybe we can use some of our assets as collateral for some line of credit. Example like the Gateway building, or our parking decks, or whatever our assets are, we can use as collateral with banks or anybody else that would lend us some money. But I really don't want to make some harsh decision in cutting staff or anything like that until I mean, I'd like to see how much money we can raise first, and have a lot of flexibility by doing that, and then see what the next step would be. But for me, short term, I mean, I'd like to see you really make some great effort, and your staff make some great effort to generate as much cash as possible, so we have some flexibility in our decision. Thank you very much for all your work, and looking forward to seeing you again. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I had Councilman Euler next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Several things here, but I want to start with pensions. With the impact that this has had on the market, at what point do we regen what our payments look like for future years based on this? Is it, you know, at some point, I assume in next year, we're going to be looking at the following, or is it a rolling impact?
Well, the impact that we get for pensions is smoothed over a 5-year period. So when we get highs in the market like we saw last year, or lows in the market like we saw the year before that, that gets smoothed out over a period of time. So I think that helps in a lot of ways to minimize that. But we are on a very steep curve that's going to require a significant amount of resources for us to cover pensions. As I look ahead, if you remember, our pension fee drops off after 2021. This year, we're anticipating, as I showed you in the presentation, $4 million of general fund revenues need to go towards pensions. Over the next 3 years, that number is going to grow to 25.5 million over the 3 years, 5.5 in 2021, 9.2 in 2022, and 10.9 in 2023, in addition to whatever impact that this downturn in the economy will have. So we have significant we have to be 90% funded by 2040, and we have fewer and fewer years to amortize that unfunded liability. Between police and fire, we're currently at about $300 million of unfunded pension liabilities. So you've got to amortize that. Think of borrowing for 20 years for $300 million. Next year, you may have to borrow for $320 million for 19 years, or it might be $340 million, depending on how bad the market runs over the next 7 months of the year. So that's the challenge that we face right now, is that we have an end date that's fixed in 2040, and we have more and more of these unfunded liabilities that we're going to have to amortize in a shorter period of time.
Thank you for that. And also on that note, there's been a lot of discussion on the fact that we need to get this end date extended and push on Springfield to do something about that. But if there was ever a time to push on Springfield to do something different with this entire pension system, it's now. We absolutely can't afford it. We've been talking about this for years, that we cannot meet these pension obligations, and Springfield needs to help us do something different here. And on the discussion of long-term impact of things, a few things I want to point out. Tonight we passed making some decisions on some signal preemption devices. Those are the types of capital expenses that bring us long-term efficiencies. And I'd like to see within the items that we're talking about, how do the changes that we're proposing making affect us from an efficiency standpoint? And maybe even, are there things in capital expense that we need to move up because they're going to make us more cost effective later? Because we can't just look at this from the approach of addressing the current budget issue, but we've been talking about the fact for some time now that just outside of this budget, we have significant gaps. And so we've only been addressing a very short-term issue with the current budget that we have, albeit balanced. Just outside of that, we're going to be in a very significant situation. And so we need to be looking through this process at how do we, from a big picture standpoint, get us in a better situation down the road. And what are some of those things that we're talking about cutting that maybe we shouldn't because they're going to give us financial gains later? Or are there things on the table in future years that we need to pull forward to get where we want to go? To Councilwoman Ali's point about the extra $600 a week, at the end of the day, there are going to be staff reductions, and we're not doing our people any favors by pushing those out when they could be taking advantage of that $600 now. And so the sooner that we can do the necessary things that we need to do, albeit unpopular, we will be helping our employees gain the opportunity to take advantage of what's happening now at the federal level, rather than backloading it later and then them not having the opportunity to take advantage of those additional resources. I'd also like to put a call out, not just to the members of the council and your staff, but also the city as a whole, on additional ideas that can be pulled forward as to how we structurally address some of our financial issues and decision making. We made some lift assist changes tonight, which is something we've been talking about for quite some time. And I'm sure that there's other ideas that are laying on the table somewhere that we should be taking advantage of. And now is the time to talk about those and get some of those concepts pulled forward, because this is a new world that we're going into. And along with that is department restructuring. And obviously everybody's talked about the impact this has on manpower, but I think we need to see from department heads what their departments could look like in the future and what adjustments could be made to make them run better and more efficient and different to get us in a better position going forward, because there's no one solution that's going to solve all of this. And I certainly want to advocate that whatever borrowing that has to be done is at a minimal basis. And I know there's going to be some looking at the numbers, but as I already mentioned, we've talked for months now into last year that we were going to have trouble balancing our budgets after this budget, as the numbers already were laid to rest. So we need to figure out how we do this as minimal as possible, because if we don't, these cuts are going to be even deeper then, so we're not really fixing the problem. And then one last thing to mention, to be thinking about, and I'm sure it's already on the table, is, what does it look like if a workforce at City Hall just working certain days a week, whether that be Monday through Thursday and off Friday, or there's certain future weeks that employees could plan to be off so that they could know what their schedule is going to look like for the rest of the year. There are things that we could do to maybe lessen the impact there and how they look at the future. Thank you.
Thank you. A lot of the questions and comments this evening have been focusing around the pension situation. As we know, the treasurer sits on the governor's, one of the governor's task forces that are dealing with the pensions. So I believe the treasurer is on the line. I would just like to ask him if he could give us a quick snapshot of what those discussions are looking like, and any additional information you could give to the council regarding the pension discussions in Springfield.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do sit on the Fire Consolidated Pension Fund, and we continue to work through that process. We have approximately 7 months to wrap up our portion before a formal board is elected. And so we continue to do that by having meetings virtually every week, and we're doing that online. I do want, as many of you have probably received phone calls from both citizens asking about the public pension funds and can we do anything about them. The city council has no authority as far as changing the benefit levels of both fire and police pension funds. That authority rests solely with the state legislature. I do want you to realize that, to just kind of give you the size of the challenges that we are now facing, from the date of February 26th to from Februare 19th to March 23rd, we lost in both fire and police nearly $50 million. We have recovered significantly, and we're still down about 10% to both pension funds. But as the city manager already had previously spoken, we have an obligation to our bond folks, and then second to our pensions. And during that period of time, we received a lot of phone calls from our retirees asking, are our pensions in question? I can tell you that both fire and police, with the support of both President Joe Trollio of our fire and President Curry of our police, we had numerous meetings of which we then gave direction to our consultants to create liquidity so that we could continue to meet our pensions for the next 4 months on a rolling basis. That was important because of the volatility that the market is going through. And we wanted to make sure that we were not in a position of having to sell something if the market were down at a bad time when the market was really on a free fall. As a result, we've created on both fire and police 4 months of liquidity in both funds. We are well positioned to continue to meet the obligation of our retirees, and so our retirees should not fear that they are in a position to not be paid. I can't speak highly enough of both our fire and police pension funds to, in one day, meeting within less than a few hours because of the liquidity crisis that this current dilemma created for both the city as well as bonds and to the various pension funds. And so with that, I can tell you that we continue to work at the state level to meet the ongoing obligations of the direction of the legislature to consolidate in a timely fashion, and that hopefully it would be sometime next year before funds begin to be consolidated. But we have one whole heck of a hole to dig out of. In the report that you'll see, back in 2009, Mr. Mayor, you and I and the former legislators, and some of them are still here, we talked about an open amortization. Illinois is the only public pension system in the United States that has a closed system. This has to end. We cannot continue to stay on the course and be able to meet our obligations. This must end and must end now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Treasurer, for that background. And I asked the Treasurer if he would sit on the Fire Consolidation Task Force when that was put together, and there was a small number of people that the governor appointed, and it's very time-consuming, but in the length of time that he both served on the City Council and again as our Treasurer, I can tell you that he's been a very valuable resource to that committee, and appreciate the time he's taking to represent not just the city of Peoria, but represent municipalities' interests on that part of the fire consolidation. So thanks for that information. So just a couple quick comments because we're starting to get another round of comments and questions, and there's a couple people that would like to make motions which are appropriate so we can begin to give the manager some specifics to work on to bring us back. In my comments, and I appreciate the very constructive feedback that the council has given the city manager. This is one of those situations where it's not like we've had several months to prep to get ready for a budget. This is something that hit us really quickly, and we're really trying to react as quick as we can. All good comments from the council. Some of these a couple of these kind of hit on where people were, so I'm not going to go into a lot of depth. But Mr. Manager, as you're looking at potential staff reductions, which as much as none of us want to go down that road, I think we'd be fooling ourselves if we thought we were going to be able to get out of this without in some form or fashion. But the information that you brought us back showed across the board how many positions it would look like if it was I believe it was 10, 15, or 20% reduction per department.
Well, if we're at a 10% reduction, we would be looking, somewhere in the area of 75 to 80 positions. If we're in the 20% reduction level, you're going to be looking at closer to 150 to 160 positions, depending on the nature of the positions and where they are. There's no way you could cut that many positions. That would to put that into perspective, just for the entire council, that's taking every single employee that doesn't work for the police department and the fire department and laying them off.
Okay, thank you. I didn't get to finish my question, but appreciate that enforcement there. My point is, as we look at the reality of the organization, we're not in a position where we can just say it's going to be X percent from every department just because we have to prioritize those positions. So I think we have to, and you will be keeping that in mind, but I don't think that this is the correct place to actually be having those conversations, but I would encourage council members to be having those discussions with you over the next week or so. One of the council members asks for positions by department and that type of thing, and I think those types of questions are going to play into the type of consideration we need to give to make those decisions. So that's something that we need to look, and I think what very well may come out of this is some type of reorganization of your structure, because that's what's happening to us. We did this shortly after you were hired, and I think your anniversary date was just last week, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Manager, and appreciate your service, but we did do a reorganization back then, and I think that we probably should look at tweaking the model and maybe looking at take another swing at fine-tuning on the organization. The other thing I heard was potential of restructuring debt, which is, has to be on the table, I would think. And in addition to what motions come up here, I think that those are the things we absolutely have to give you the leeway to do, especially when it comes to the size of our organization. There's going to have to, I don't know what that number is. I hope it's as small as possible, but we do have to be prepared to identifying the positions that we can try to get by without during this tough time. So I'm going to go back to the requests I have for the floor again. Some of these are going to be questions. I think some of them are going to be potential motions too. Councilwoman Jensen first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this point, I'd like to make a motion to approve the reductions in the capital improvement budget as outlined or as presented to us by the city manager for $26.7 million.
And just for clarification, these motions and information back to the manager tonight they're not final, they're not definite, they're giving him concurrence of the council to go forward with the plan that we'll eventually approve. Okay, so I just don't want anybody to think that a vote for or against is gonna it's not going to be the final move, just so everybody understands that. Is there a second for that motion? There's a little lag time on the chat function, and I'm not getting a second to this point. Okay. Councilwoman, did you want to make another comment, or do you want to wait until after a couple other people do?
I guess on that, I just don't see, I'd like to get us moving forward. I know we also have to, reduce our budget in a lot of other ways, but I think that this is a good place to start, and it's been well thought out by staff. So if the council's not going to support that, I'd like to hear what alternatives they would like to proceed with.
I can't make a second, or I would, but I would agree with you that in general, I think that the prioritization that the city manager has made in this has been pretty good. And again, we will have time between now and at least our next meeting to discuss with the city manager if there's a particular project in there that was either funded or not funded, how that might be managed. And we do have a second now from Councilmember Moore. So I would be looking for any discussion on the motion. I just had a question if this was a receive and file, that at the end of this conversation, we'll receive and file all the information back to the city manager. Right now, we're just making motions to give direction on what the final, it may not even be final, but to move us towards this new amended budget. So that's what the motion on the floor is. I have a discussion first from Councilman Riggenbach and then Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I made comments earlier that while I support the idea of cuts in capital budget, I don't necessarily support everyone that was itemized here. So I guess I need a little clarification here on the motion, because if you're suggesting that you're supporting the items outlined, I would have some heartburn with that. But Mayor, you implied that the specifics would still be negotiable. I mean, how is this going to work? Mr. Manager, you got any thoughts on what we're directing you for here?
Well, I think that if this provides direction that we can come back to you with a formal adoption of something in 2 weeks for the council to take action on to reduce these capital projects. If there are specific projects, I think we're going to have to go through it on a project by project basis, and the council is going to have to vote them up or down, whether or not they want to defer that project. What staff had envisioned and what we put in the budget report backs is that these would be deferrals of these projects, that they would be just simply pushed off to the next year, should we have the funds available and should the council concur with those projects moving forward ahead. They would stay towards the front of the line, but we would just simply push them off, knowing that we don't have the resources today.
Well, it's going to be hard for me to support the motion tonight based on my concerns about some specific line items in there. So I'll be anxious to hear what others have to say, but at this point I won't be able to support the motion. Thank you.
And just for clarification, this is a general direction back to the city manager that the list as he's compiled it is close to what we're looking for. And I would expect council members that have a concern about a specific projects, where they are in queue, and that type of thing would happen in the next couple weeks. So, but what we're trying to say as a function of the total solution here, which is going to be a combination of capital and operations, and well, as far as the capital side goes, this format is generally acceptable, and staff is going to develop suggestions and come back with numbers after council members have had an opportunity to speak with them over the next week to 10 days. I had council.
What I understood. Okay. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Excuse me.
That's not exactly the way I understood it from the manager. What you said is more palatable to me personally. That it gives us a chance to discuss it. If we're saying we're authorizing them to move forward with a finalized list, that's different than saying this is the finalized list.
I think that the motion, and if I'm missing this, Councilmember Jensen can clarify it, but I don't think that she asked for this specific itemized list to be approved. Councilmember Jensen, did I miss you there?
No, I mean, basically my motion was to approve the reductions of the capital budget as outlined by the city manager for $26.7 million. But I think there's wiggle room, as we've done in the past during budget discussions. We make motions similar to this, and I think then there's some confer further with the city manager, and then we get a final, right? A final. Right.
So, Mr. Mayor, for those of us that have video, I see the city manager shaking his head in his office downstairs. So you do understand the flavor of this vote in terms of the council is saying that number. In general, these projects are where we are comfortable being. There might be some tweaks or modifications to it here in the next week.
I do, Mayor. I would just say that we may still have to come back and vote project by project if this is how it's going to go, because there's so many projects, and individual council members have each one of their projects. So we just need to be prepared that may be where we end up.
If I could I just jump in? My one thing for making the motion is, I mean, we don't have a lot of time to do this. It's not a typical budget. The sooner we get going on this. So, I would caution us from having to come back and go through every single line item and hope that we can come to a consensus in the next 2 weeks.
So I think part of the issue here is that these items have been identified since we got this, but some council members have a little bit of heartburn on one or two of them. If Councilman Jensen wants to restate the motion and say specifically, this is what we're going to have the city manager bring us back specifically, I'm prepared to vote on that right now too. But it sounded like a couple of council members wanted a little bit more time to be comfortable with projects in their districts. So I'm going to let Councilmember Jensen reframe or restate her motion, and then we'll see if there's still a second on it, and then we'll vote.
Okay. I move to approve generally the list of reductions that the city manager has brought forward to us in the agenda item that we're discussing, to reduce the capital improvement project budget by $26.7 million.
Okay. And that motion, that specific motion is seconded by Councilmember Sear. So I apologize if I took liberty with your original motion. I thought that was where we were headed. So we have a motion and a second. So are there any comments on this motion? Councilman Recreal.
Yes, question for the city manager. When I'm looking down this list, I'm seeing some things that are obligation bonds, some things that are coming out of capital, but we're considering this whole package is coming back if we're voting this motion, correct?
This would all come back. That is correct. And and the recommendation on the funding source was there just to give you the guidance of where it was originally from. But as we mentioned earlier, we're not recommending any borrowing. So it would come out of existing revenues in each one of those individual funds to pay for that.
Correct. Although, I guess that's what gives me a little bit of heartburn, just as this is a solid package, because I think that this is where we need to be, just to be able to hand you this and say, come back and tweak it a little bit, does not do this, in my sense, enough justice, because I think that we've got to cut and really look at some of these. And I know that all of these are important, or otherwise they would not be in our budget. But when I see $1.4 million for general obligation bonds on a fire fleet replacement, I mean, that's a large chunk, and that's not a tweak. But when we come back to the full amount of budget, to be able to have that in this package, I think that's
Councilman, let me correct you. There's only $400,000, and that's for an agenda item that's later for this evening for the land acquisition for that fire station. So
the fleet replacement is not in here on this one.
We have already purchased some of these items. We've already purchased. That's, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation. Some of the items had already been purchased as part of this we started that process at the very beginning of the year. So.
Okay, so that one really is not a reduction in, or shouldn't be on this list as a possible reduction because it can't be refused.
It's already been spent.
Okay, all right. I appreciate that. Thank you for the information on that.
Yep.
Okay, Councilman Sear next on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I said earlier, I just said a few words, but I think it's very important, number one, that we I mean, I don't want to go to personally. I sure don't want to go to the exercise next meeting to go one by item by item by item. I mean, now more than ever, it's time to come together as a team. These are very fluid time. These are emergency time. We either have to think as a team here or not. I mean, no, I'm the district. I'm District 5, and if I'm not willing to take any cuts for what's best for the city, I mean, I shouldn't be leading the 5th district. I mean, I think it's important that all of us come together as a team because these are times that has never happened before, and nobody's going to be happy. But we start fighting for our own little district. I mean, these meetings will never finish. I mean, as I said earlier, cash is king. I mean, one way we need to hold on to our cash, basically. So any family out there that is surviving right now, they're just cutting as much as they can and hold on to their cash for a short term. And I think as leaders, this community, we need to do the same thing. We need to hold on to our cash, stop spending for short term, and try to raise as much capital as possible, as I said earlier. And then when it's all behind us, we'll rebuild. But I think it's important right now that we really stand together and do what's right for the city of Peoria. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Greb.
Well, I think that's correct, but I also would remind the council that a number of years ago, and this is why I'm not going to support the motion of one of my favorite counselors, Counselor Jensen. A number of years ago, we provided an $8 million loan to the Pierre Marquette. One of the options that we've been given tonight is to stabilize our city and prevent devastating cuts, was that we would seek a loan of anywhere from $30 to $40 million. And certainly it seems to me that would be extremely judicious in view of the fact that we are waiting to see what kind of money we're going to have coming into our city. So I think while we may need to get to that, I think it's premature. I think we're at DEFCON 4 making these cuts to the capital budget. And it doesn't matter, I think, whether one's an at-large councilor or district councilor. If you drive around the city of Peoria, what do you see? Rotting infrastructure. And we have so many needs. We have the need to ensure that we stabilize our city and continue to invest in it. While COVID-19 is a temporary problem, our reaction to this may be a permanent problem causing further exodus from our neighborhoods. So I would ask us to reject this notion tonight. And I think Councilor Kelly made some good comments about infrastructure and capital earlier. So I would say vote this down and instead send a strong message to get some loans going. $8 million for the pier, and we can't do 30 to 40 million for a loan to help stabilize our city during this. And by the way, there's nothing that says we can't pay back that loan earlier as our economy rebounds. So that's where I'm coming from on it, and I appreciate the opportunity to be recognized, Mayor Artis.
I had Councilman Kelly next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to say that my impression of our meeting tonight was that we were going to discuss different alternatives, but not make decisions. And the decisions would be coming back to us next week or in 2 weeks, at which point we perhaps choose scenario 1, scenario 2, scenario 3, that sort of thing. I believe that we've not had time to digest this. I know we've all talked to each other quite a bit, but I think it is premature to say, okay, we're going to do this many dollars for this and that many dollars for that. I'd just as soon discuss this over the next 2 weeks with my fellow council people and with the manager and perhaps with others. So I'll not be supporting this motion either, even though I believe Councilwoman Jensen's intent is very constructive. I think it is premature. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Ali.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Artis. I also was not prepared to vote tonight. My understanding was that we were going to receive the presentation, and then the next time we met, we would be making some decisions. I certainly will be supporting some reductions in capital projects, and I don't want to do them one by one. I'd like to do them, you know, as a big combined group. But I'm not prepared to do that tonight. I'd like to see more of a picture. But I also recall back in the fall when we were working through the budget that we started meeting weekly. And it was important that we met more regularly to get through the budget in a timely manner. And I think in these unprecedented times, why should we wait 2 weeks to meet? Why can't we meet next week and begin to make these decisions? So that's a recommendation that I have. I know we're in another motion right now, but I don't want to support it yet. I'm not going to vote yes yet. I'm not saying I won't ultimately, but I'm just not ready. I would like to see the bigger picture, and would love to see us meet more regularly right now. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Just to clarify that, as I stated earlier, these the intention of tonight was not to make final decisions, and that's not what we're doing. What we're doing is giving the manager some guidance and some parameters on how we want him to shape the recommendations that he brings back to us. So this is, although it sounds like the capital projects that he's identified are cast in stone, they're not cast in stone until we actually vote on the final list. So I understand what the motion is, and I also understand that some people feel like they're getting boxed in tonight, but what we're trying to do is provide a framework for the manager to bring us back a smorgasbord, if you will, of what we want to do, what options we want to take, and final actions to try to close this out as close as we can. I had Councilman Regenbach next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I agree with the last couple council members that this is a bit premature for me. I definitely appreciate the parameters and the discussion tonight, but just like I'm not ready to say we need to lay off X number of employees, I'm not ready to say we need to cut out these specific projects. And I do feel like I'm getting pushed in a corner here, and just make sure that I have the chance to talk to the manager and understand the assumptions that staff used about the economic impact that some of these projects clearly are proposed for, and just to get my arms wrapped around their process. Once I do that, I'm ready to make that decision. But I haven't had that chance to have that discussion, and I didn't think I needed to have that before tonight's meeting, or else I would have done that. So I would be happy to see a list come forward in 2 weeks, after all the council members have had a chance to digest this and talk amongst ourselves a little bit on it. But I'm not going to support it tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. City Manager, in the past, during our budget meetings, when you've come back with 5 or 8 or 14 different report backs, we have had the budget presented to us as a receive and file presentation, as this one is being presented. And then you've gone off without telling us necessarily what direction your thinking was going, and then you came back with the next one, and then we gave you another 5 or 8 requests for report backs. When I looked at this one, I perceived that this receive and file presentation was being accompanied by some of your thoughts about how we could address the reductions. Not necessarily that these would be the exact ones, as the mayor would say, engraved in stone, but as used as a discussion starter, so that we could come back at whatever point in time we come back, after having discussed with you some of your discussion starters, how we need to massage these items. Am I thinking that correctly, that you offered these as discussion starters, not necessarily to say, yes, this is what we're going to do, because then it's not a receive and file, it's actually an item that needs to be voted on. And then I have another question after that. You can go ahead and answer that one first.
You're on mute.
Sorry, I'm on mute. So the staff went through the capital budget, and we looked at it based upon the 5 criteria that we had identified in the presentation. We've made recommendations for capital reductions to live within our means, to zero out our borrowing, and to live with the reduced spending or reduced revenues that we're anticipating in our sewer funds and in the stormwater utility funds, which are part of our capital project funding. That's where some of that funding comes from. So we've made those recommendations as part of that. This is simply a recommendation that we're providing to you. But at some point, council as a whole has to go through this list of capital projects and says yes or no. A council member, a district council member may say, I don't want that project, or I do, but at some point we're going to have to go through all of those and have the discussion about the projects that people say, no, I don't agree with, or yes, I do. So whether we do that over the next 2 weeks, we're still going to have to come back in 2 weeks and say, here are the modifications to these numbers that we have. I hope that helps. It does help, kind of like a discussion starter, but it's more than that, because we did have some thought, and the staff went through it and said, this is what we could afford to do to try and balance out this half of the budget that we have.
I appreciate your response. What I'm having difficulty understanding is that if there is no money, I may want to keep a project and move it forward. But if there is no money, how can I do that?
That's correct.
So, okay, so I'll move on from that. My other question was, is there an opportunity? I know as Councilmember Ali indicated, this is not the motion to talk about that, or maybe it is. Tell me what the procedure would be. But if we are having this extensive budget discussion because we are in such dire need to reduce our spending, but we're okay with taking 2 weeks to have the next discussion, those two things don't seem to go together. And would there be an opportunity, Mr. Mayor or Mr. City Manager, I'm not sure who I would address this question to get to a question to move it forward from what Dr. Ali mentioned, and suggest that we meet next week. And lastly, I'll say I plan to support this item, because as I'd said to my daughter who lives in another state, I suggested to her, don't spend any extra money to do anything unless it's essential to your living your life. Do not spend a dime, because you don't know if you might go into work next week as an essential worker in a retirement home, that they might let you go, that something might happen, that your expenses are, your income is reduced even further. So I'm suggesting to my daughter to just stop everything unless it's essential. And that's what I hope that you come back with, is that we're going to hold off on everything unless it is essential, or as I think Councilmember Rickenbach indicated, there may be something that in his district that would bring us more money than we would lose if we spent the money to get the project done. I'm not sure what that is, but something like that we would need to take a look at a little closer. But I plan to support doing what is necessary to try to move the conversation forward, because I understand at that next meeting we could shoot this down and it will go nowhere. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Euler next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I plan to support the motion. I think we've given a lot of direction here as to how we would like to see this capital budget addressed, and the manager has direction to work with the department heads to give a close eye to the things that we do and don't want to see here. We've got to start making some quick headway here, and if the intention is that we're going to go at this pace every 2 weeks, we'll be having this discussion on the 4th of July. The council can meet with the manager individually to talk about their concerns so that we can vet this out and develop it faster, but we need to get moving here on giving some directional direction, and that's exactly what this is doing. I also want to comment that I appreciate Councilwoman Moore's mention of the fact that we should probably be meeting more frequently and meeting next Tuesday. In my opinion, you know, if the health care of our nation and every level of government can meet daily for updates, we can certainly meet weekly to handle the fiscal health of our community. So I would definitely be in support of more frequent meetings until we stabilize this financial picture. Thank you.
Councilmember Montalongo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nice comments from Councilman Euler. I'm absolutely in favor of having more meetings, even if they're every couple days, and certainly in the next week. I think we had a lot of good discussion here. I learned a lot from my colleagues tonight, and I'm just not ready to make any decision tonight on this here, but would be happy to reconvene here in the next day or two and start making decisions and help making this, even if it might be little by little, but helping us make progression. So thank you.
Councilman Reckrigo.
Thank you, Mayor. I really think that as we have these discussions, everything needs to be on the table. I think Councilwoman Jensen has made a motion here that starts us in that process, and I will be supporting it, realizing that anything in there can be pulled in and pulled out. I would truly like to see a piece put together in totality, because I think that as we make these motions, either everything ought to be on the table, which would be the easiest way to do this, to be able to have something in front of us, because the piecemeal effect really is kind of hard to do, because we don't know how deep some cuts are to leave us with dollars for the other piece. But so that we get this in consideration, I will be supporting it, just like I will be supporting to make sure that each and everything is on the table at this point. And as far as frequent meetings go, whatever we have to do to move this along, because I think that we lose the value of money by not getting this decided quickly. We need to know the plan, and our citizens of Peoria need to know where we're going. We may not know where the end result is, but they need to start to see the directional map. Thanks.
Councilwoman Jensen is the maker of the motion. We'll give you the last speaking part, and then we'll vote.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just think it's important, as Councilman Ruckriegel and Euler and more have said in their support of my motion, that we need to give the city manager direction, and we have to start looking at everything, and starting with a $26.7 million reduction in the capital improvement budget is a good place to start. So I hope we get a majority to support this motion. Thank you.
So we have a motion by Councilwoman Jensen, a second by Councilmember Sear. I just want to remind everybody that it's fairly tight in terms of saying this is the what we want you to bring back, but there's wiggle room here, because this is not a final vote on this specific item. I think it's given the manager direction that he's in the ballpark on what we're looking to cut from capital. We're not in a position where we have all the pieces, all the final pieces here together to say, let's make a decision. We can meet every 48 hours. I think that the whole council's ready to do that if that's what we have to do. But just to meet every 48 hours so we can continue to push this ball down the road is not going to get us where we need to go. So I'm going to support the motion, and I do not expect that when we see the final capital list that it's going to be exactly as it is here. So with that, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Ardis?
Aye.
Councilmember Ali?
Aye.
Councilmember Sear?
Aye.
Councilmember Grab?
No.
Councilmember Jensen?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Montalongo?
No.
Councilmember Moore?
Yes.
Councilmember Euler?
Aye.
Councilmember Riggenbach?
No.
Councilmember Ruckriegel?
Aye.
It passes with 4 nays and 7 yeas.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So in terms of any of the other items that the manager brought to our attention, would anybody like to address specifics? I know we heard, I think there were some council members that wanted to look at restructuring debt. We're open for other direction towards the manager at this point. Councilmember Ali.
I would like to move that we move to, well, I was going to say weekly meetings, but I would like to make a motion that we meet next week. I don't want to say every week, but I do think that it's important for us, at least over the next 2 to 3 weeks, to meet weekly. So I would like to move that we meet next week.
Councilmember Moore, or Ali, I'm sorry. I think we can do that with no problem, but I would like to keep us within the context of the agenda item that we're on right now.
Okay. So you just advise me when we can do that.
We can do that under new business. That'd be perfect.
Okay, I withdraw. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Sear.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure I want to make a motion, but again, I want to tell our Mr. Manager that we really need to do everything we can to raise capital. I don't care how he does it, but I don't know if you want me to make a motion, but we really need to look at restructuring our current debts, what we can do for line of credit, for what we can do for private placement or bond, and even selling. I mean, just whatever him and his staff can think about to raise capital or cash the next few weeks, I think would be should be a priority of the staff. Thank you.
Mr. Manager, I think that would fall under that general topic of you know, the capital side, you know, whether it's restructuring debt or bonds, possibly looking at selling assets or some of the other things that were recommended. Perhaps you can bring us a package back under that category.
Okay.
I don't know that anybody on the council is would object to looking at that if we need to make a motion or not. I'm showing Councilman Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hope we have everything coming back to us, including personnel. But I would like to make a motion to receive and file this report.
Before I take a second for that, I just don't want to cut off any potential. It's harder when we're not in a position to make eye contact here. If anybody else had something that they want included in the information that we'll be discussing, and it looks like it'll be next week one night, I want to give them an opportunity to get that in before I get a second on your motion, Councilman, if that's okay. So we'll just kind of a last call for anyone that would like to make another recommendation for the manager as he comes back next week. Councilman Euler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to confirm, do we need a vote on giving the manager authority to put the notices out that the staff reductions are pending, or do you have the authority you need to handle that? Thank you.
For those that might not have seen, that was an affirmative head shake from the manager, so I expect that those notices will go tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay, that was affirmative. Councilman Graham.
As I listened to Councilman Sear's motion, which seemed to be very broad in scope, I would hope that that would include a loan package as well, Manager Urick, that would help us weather this. And as we wait intently to see what the next stimulus package is going to look like for the states and localities. So if it does include that, I will support that, Councilor Sear.
Okay. Mr. Manager, just affirmation that that will be included on that part of the financial.
We can certainly look at restructuring debt, look at how much we can hang on to cash, and then looking at whatever kind of borrowing or credit facility we would need to utilize to avoid any kind of operating cuts. We can look at that as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any other council comments here. So Councilmember Kelly made a motion to receive and file this information. Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Was that
Jim Montalongo?
That was Councilman Montalongo, seconded. If there's no further discussion, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Mayor Ardis.
Aye.
Councilmember Ali.
Aye.
Councilmember Sear.
Aye.
Councilmember Grab.
Aye.
Councilmember Jensen. Aye. Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo.
Aye.
Councilmember Moore.
Yes.
Councilmember Euler.
Aye.
Councilmember Regenbach.
Aye.
And Councilmember Ruckriegel.
Aye.
11-0 passes unanimously.
Thank you.
The next item is 20-082, which is the request to approve the declaration of local state of emergency.
So this is just a continuation of the declaration that we did at the last meeting. I have a motion by Councilman Graham to approve.
Mayor Artis, I move to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Riggenbach. Is there discussion on this item? I'm seeing no discussion. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Mayor Artis?
Aye.
Councilmember Ali?
Aye.
Councilmember Sear?
Aye.
Councilmember Grab?
Aye.
Councilmember Jensen?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Yes.
Councilmember Euler?
Aye.
Councilmember Riggenbach?
Aye.
And Councilmember Ruckriegel.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. 20-083 is a communication from the City Manager and Director of Public Works with a request for the following. A is to approve a renewal of a contract with GIMAX for 1 year for tree stump removal by size and tree and brush trimming by hourly rates to December 31, 2020 in an amount not to exceed $70,000. And B is to approve a renewal of a contract with GIMAX for 1 year for emergency tree and brush trimming by hourly rates to December 31, 2020 in an amount not to exceed $30,000.
Mr. Manager, do you have any comments on this item?
I do, and I would ask that Public Works Director Powers, if he wants to jump in and add any additional comment, if he can. We have the next 4 items on the agenda are all landscaping related. They all tie into the current budget. We spend nearly $1 million a year on landscaping. And what we've recommended here is making some service level reductions as part of the fiscal situation that we find ourselves in that would overall reduce about $400,000 out of the overall expense that we have with these next 4 line items. And I'll ask Director Powers if he wants to add anything to that, specifically related to this first item, which is the tree and stump removal and the emergency brush removal.
I think you summarized it well, Mr. Manager. It basically will take our service level to a reactive mode on this specific contract, and leaving stumps instead of grinding stumps, things along those lines, dealing with emergencies and more impending type issues than, say, a maintenance level on this particular contract. But you are correct, sir. This is our first attempt at trying to find cheaper ways to get there.
And I would follow up by this by saying, with this type of contract and the next 3 that follow, if we're seeing that the recovery is moving faster at the later part of the year, we can always accelerate this. This is just simply trying to level set this based upon what we know today and the dollars that we were spending in prior years.
It looks like I have a question from Councilmember Jensen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question, although I think the city manager answered my basic question for each one, was what was the amount of the reduction? I know the city manager now just said totaling about $400,000. Do you have the amount for this specific item?
$100,000, ma'am.
Pardon? Sorry.
$100,000 on this particular contract.
Okay.
Was a reduction.
Okay. Thank you. I'll move to approve if you need that.
Okay, I have a motion to approve from Councilman Kelly and a second from Councilman Sear. Madam Clerk, do you want separate motions on A and B? Okay, so we're just going to be voting on item A right now, which is the 1 year for tree stump removal by size and tree brush size. It's the hourly rates. So we have a motion and a second. Not seeing any questions. Give one more call. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Mayor Artis?
Aye.
Councilmember Ali?
Aye.
Councilmember Sear?
Aye.
Councilmember Grab? Councilmember Grab, Councilmember Jensen,
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly,
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo,
Aye.
Councilmember Moore,
Yes.
Councilmember Euler,
Aye.
Councilmember Riggenbach,
Aye.
and Councilmember Ruckriegel.
Aye.
Councilmember Grab.
No.
Okay. We have 1 nay and 10 yeas. It passes with 10-1.
Okay, then we would be on item, the second half of this is item B. Would we have a motion? Motion to approve by Councilman Kelly. Seconded by Councilman Sear. Discussion on item B. Seeing no discussion, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Ardis,
Aye.
Councilmember Ali,
Aye.
Councilmember Sear,
Aye.
Councilmember Grab, Councilmember Grab, Councilmember Jensen,
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly,
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo,
Aye.
Councilmember Moore,
Yes.
Councilmember Euler,
Aye.
Councilmember Riggenbach,
Aye.
Councilmember Ruckriegel,
Aye.
and Councilmember Grab.
No.
It passes 10 ayes, 1 nay. The next item is 20-084, is a request to approve a renewal of the contract for landscape stewardship and maintenance project with Jimex Landscape for 1 year to December 31, 2020, in the total amount not to exceed $75,000, which includes up to $60,000 for labor and equipment and up to $15,000 for materials.
Mr. Manager, any comments on this item?
I will defer to Director Powers to talk about the budget adjustment that was included in this one.
For the benefit of the counselor, or for the benefit of the Counselor Jensen and the rest of the council, this represents a $75,000 reduction as well. And again, we'll go to baseline services and reaction. We'll probably see things like secondary plantings. We'll keep trees alive and planters, possibly replace flowers with grass and things along those lines to try to stretch these dollars.
Any questions for Director Powers? If not, I would accept a motion. Motion to approve by Councilman Ruckriegel and seconded by Councilman Kelly. Last call on discussion on this item. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Ardis,
Aye.
Councilmember Ali,
Aye.
Councilmember Sear,
Aye.
Councilmember Grab,
No.
Councilmember Jensen,
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly,
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo,
Aye.
Councilmember Moore,
Yes.
Councilmember Euler,
Aye.
Councilmember Riggenbach,
Aye.
Councilmember Ruckriegel.
Aye.
Passes with 10 yeas, 1 nay. The next item is 20-085, is a request to approve the contracts for the 2020 Facilities, Boulevards, and Rights-of-Way Mowing Program and award the contracts in the total amount not to exceed $36,640 as follows. Common Ground in the amount not to exceed $7,128. Jimex in an amount not to exceed $5,069. Class E Grass in an amount not to exceed $11,048. And Walton Services in an amount not to exceed $13,394.
Thank you. Director Powers, any comments on this one?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This represents a $36,640 reduction from the previous program. Our goal here will be to maintain clear sight triangles to basically at intersections and so on, and the remainder of the rights of way at a 15-inch height.
Okay. Questions for Director Powers or a motion? I have a motion to approve from Councilman Kelly. Is there a second? Councilmember Jensen? And then I have a question from Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Powers, you made comment just now about a height of 15 inches. Is that different from what the height was before?
Yes, Councilor. It was on a cycle and it was maintained similar to what would have been for our vacant lot programs. We would have maintained them probably but under 6 inches in most cases.
Under 6 inches, and we're going to 15 inches.
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay. And is that the 6 inches that where we're going to, I believe the vacant lots though were higher than 6 inches. Mr. City Manager, didn't we go?
It was 10.
Okay. So we were keeping the right-of-ways lower than we were keeping the vacant lots?
The mowing cycles, Councilor, would generally keep them at about a 6 inch on average with the number of proactive cycle or mowing cycles that we were doing.
So the number of proactive cycles on the right-of-ways was more than that of the residential vacant lots?
Yes, it was. That is correct. It was on a faster mowing cycle than what we had for vacant lots and for trustee lots in the city.
Can I ask why that was?
Well, I think that part of it was the public rights of way were the public rights of way, and that was the reason why we kept them at a lower mowing standard than we did for residential lots, which in many instances we don't own those lots. Some of the vacant lots we do, but if we're mowing trustee lots, we don't own those lots. We're just simply a caretaker for all of the taxing bodies in that effort, and so that's the reason why.
Well, on the other side of this emergency situation, I'd like to revisit that before we go back to mowing the right-of-ways with more frequency than we're mowing some of the vacant lots that are in residential communities, that I quite honestly believe it should have been the other way around. I was not aware of the more frequent mowing of right-of-ways from 6 inches to 10 inches on a right-of-way. I don't think 10 inches on most right-of-ways would be obstructing any views, but we'll visit that on the other end. You have answered my question. Thank you.
Councilor, a deeper dive, and Mr. Manager, I'm sorry, I did look in deeper as you were speaking. In fact, we've reduced both moving forward, but we've reduced from 18 to 9 cycles, and it was the same for vacant lots. So they were the same.
Thank you.
Okay, I have Councilman Graham.
I think the city council is moving in the wrong direction here. As I understand it, Director Powers, we're talking 15 inches being permissible.
That's correct, Councilor.
Well, that's a code violation.
That is correct, Councilor.
So, City Council, you're being led down the primrose path here with all these votes that are simply going to make our city look more unattractive than ever, and it's an overreaction given this point in time. Complete and total overreaction. I don't know how we can go out and give code enforcement tickets at any point, setting this kind of poor example. So I will not be supporting it as usual, and nor did I support any of the other actions that's been taken tonight by this body.
I'm seeing no additional comments. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Mayor Ardis?
Aye.
Councilmember Ali?
Aye.
Councilmember Seer,
Aye.
Councilmember Grayeb,
No.
Councilmember Jensen,
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly,
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo,
Aye.
Councilmember Moore,
Yes.
Councilmember Euler,
Aye.
Councilmember Riggenbach,
No.
Councilmember Ruckriegel.
Aye.
It passes 2 nays and 9 yeas. Item 20-086 is a request to approve contracts for the 2020 City of Peoria and Peoria County Trustee Vacant Lot Mowing Program and award contracts in the total amount not to exceed $171,661 as follows. D&D Home Care Solutions, Jimax, P-Town Car Club, Walton Service, Carmody Lawn Services, Pulse Lawn Care, Lawn Order, and Hearns Landscaping.
Director Powers or Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, this represents an equal net amount of $171,661, reduces the cycles from 18 to 9 in a reactive mode. This also represents not mowing trustee lots and only mowing city vacant lots.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've been talking to, I've had a discussion with Mr. City Manager about this after I was alerted about the height of the residential lots going to 15 inches. And unlike the one that I've just voted yes on for the right-of-ways, this one is totally different for me. And I've had enough time to decide that 15 inches is totally unacceptable. And the reason I say that, as you know, I represent the 1st District, and there have been times in the past where the grass in some areas was as tall as me, and I'm 5'6". And it wasn't because, I don't know why that happened. Let me back up and say, in the last couple years, Joe Doolin and his department has done a better job in going out and maintaining these lots. But we have so many vacant lots, so many trustee lots in the south side of Peoria, that this 15 inches that I'd have to draw the line there. It just cannot be allowed to get that tall with fewer cycles, because if you think about it, if you cut a lawn and you don't come back to it until the next time after, because you've reduced the number of cycles, that grass is going to be higher than 15 inches. And if we get a lot of rain, oh my goodness, then you're talking about a jungle. Not only is that unattractive, but even for the contractor who comes in there with their mowing equipment, I can't imagine that's good for the equipment, and at some point would be detrimental to the equipment. So I cannot support this 15-inch height. I mean, if we're going to reduce the number of cycles, I get that. You know, we have some money concerns, but those cycles cannot also equal at least 15 inches. It just won't. Talking about, I think Councilman Graham talked about how it would make our community look, and being in a heritage neighborhood, that's something that would be totally unacceptable for me. So I cannot support this particular item. Thank you.
Okay. Is there further discussion or motion? Councilmember Euler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It gives me a lot of pain to think that this is something that we need to do. However, I can't go back to the citizens of the community and say that I'm going to cut all of these necessary road repairs that are going to tear your car up, but I'm not willing to let grass grow a little further. I think that none of us want to have to do these things, and I certainly understand the impact that it has on heritage neighborhoods like the one that I live in, but I think that, you know, we've started this with everything's on the table, and this is something that we have to do. Thank you.
Councilman Euler, was that in the form of a motion to approve?
Yes, I plan to approve.
Okay, motion to approve, seconded. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Jensen. Any additional discussion on this item? Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Unfortunately, all heritage neighborhoods are not created equal. And I have residents on the south side of Peoria that there may be one or two houses on that block because all the other houses have been torn down and now grass grows. And so you are asking these individuals who are hardworking people to just come home to something that looks like it's out of a Disney movie in the Sahara somewhere. In the rainforest. And I've accept and understand. In fact, I even said a few minutes ago that I've suggested to my daughter that she pull back on all unnecessary expenses. And I am willing and would accept something that is less than what we've had in the past. But 15 inches is not it. So if someone can suggest something different, we went from, the city took an increase. Mr. City Manager, when did we go up to 10 inches? Was it about 3 years ago?
I don't recall, Councilwoman. I'm sorry.
I recall it was about 3 or 4 years ago that we went from 6 inches to 10 inches. And now we're going from 10 inches to 15 inches. And if the entire city had the number of lots that the South Side and a great deal of the North Valley does, I think there would be a different opinion about this. But, you know, we run the risk with all of our decisions having the folks on the South Side and feel like they're different level of responsibility when it comes to what happens to happen over on the South Side. And I can accept that. So I've already said I won't be voting for it. I totally get that we need to cut the budget. And I have been one of the people supporting us cutting the budget and pulling back and reserving funds. And I'm not suggesting that this does not have that happen as well. I'm asking for some consideration for a different height. And as Councilmember Graham indicated, it's a violation of the code enforcement. And so have we already gone back and changed that so our citizens, they can let theirs grow to 15 inches. Everybody let it grow to 15 inches. Now, what would the neighborhoods look like then? Thank you.
Councilmember Sear next.
Just one question for City Manager, Mr. Mayor. This pullback, Mr. Manager, is that a pullback? I mean, if we have a recovery soon, I mean, can this be changed? Are we talking for a month, 2 months, 3 months, the rest of the summer? I mean, can we make some changes if this is just a pullback?
We could certainly change it. We'd have to come back to council with it. And to Councilwoman Moore's point, we'll be coming to you with a proposed ordinance change to change the height of mowing for residents to 15 inches so that it's all consistent throughout.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Graham.
Well, many of us learned a lot through the years about the broken window theory. This council is now replicating some of the bad decisions that were made back in 2008 by doing things that are making our city ugly, undermining property values. This is not going to save any money. If anything, it's going to cause people to want to leave the city of Peoria. This is foolish and it's preposterous that you folks are voting for this.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really don't want to lose the momentum that the Code Enforcement Department has had in this area. So I would like to defer this to our next meeting so that we could look at a different height. I'm not suggesting that we don't cut the budget here. I'm not suggesting that at all. I'm just asking for consideration on a different height that we can discuss. Thank you. So my motion is to defer.
Motion to defer to our next meeting. Is there a second for that motion? Seconded by Councilmember Riggenbach. Discussion on the motion to defer. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Ardis.
Aye.
Councilmember Ali.
Aye.
Councilmember Sear.
Aye.
Councilmember Grab.
Aye.
Councilmember Jensen.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo.
Aye.
Councilmember Moore.
Yes.
Councilmember Euler.
Aye.
Councilmember Riggenbach.
Aye.
Councilmember Ruckriegel.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Item 20-087 is a request to accept the low bid and award a contract to Kryling Roofing for the roof restoration at Fire Station 20 in the amount of $85,560.
I don't know if it would be the manager or the chief, just in line with our earlier discussion this evening on budget. Is this still a item that needs to go forward this year?
Yes, it does. This is a vital roof repair for Station 20 that needs to go forward. Unfortunately, the roof is in a state of disrepair that we have to fix it. So that's the reason why we're bringing this forward at this time.
Okay. Any discussion or a motion? We have a motion to approve by Councilman Ruckriegel. Is there a second? Councilmember Ali. Motion and a second. Any discussion on this item? I'm seeing none. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Ardis.
Aye.
Councilmember Ali.
Aye.
Councilmember Sear.
Aye.
Councilmember Grab.
Aye.
Councilmember Jensen.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo.
Aye.
Councilmember Moore.
Yes.
Councilmember Euler.
Aye.
Councilmember Riggenbach.
Aye.
Councilmember Ruckriegel.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Item 20-088 is a request to approve the following. A is a resolution amending Resolution 19379A, setting fees for the Peoria Combined and Sanitary Sewer District to delay the effective date for increasing the city's sanitary sewer lateral fee for property owners who are directly served by city sewers from May 1 to August 1st of this year. And B is a resolution amending 19-379B, setting fees for the Peoria Sanitary Sewer Rehabilitation District to delay the effective date for increasing the city sewer rehabilitation rate for all city property owners who are directly served by Greater Peoria Sanitary District for city sewers from May 1 to August 1st of this year. And if we could have separate motions for those resolutions.
Mr. Manager, comment?
So the comment here is this just will align with the Greater Peoria Sanitary District on rate increases, deferring them until August 1 of this year. based upon just, I think, our both bodies' general concern that with the current numbers of people that are unemployed, that a rate increase at this time wouldn't be prudent.
Okay. I have a motion from Councilmember Kelly to approve item A. A second. Seconded by Councilmember Ruckriegel. Discussion on this item. I'm seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Ardis?
Aye.
Councilmember Ali?
Aye.
Councilmember Sear?
Aye.
Councilmember Grab?
Aye.
Councilmember Jensen?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Yes.
Councilmember Euler?
Aye.
Councilmember Riggenbach?
Aye.
And Councilmember Ruckriegel.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Okay. Item B. Same story, Mr. Manager.
That is correct.
Okay. Discussion or motion? We have a motion to approve from Councilmember Kelly. Seconded by Councilmember Graham. Is there discussion on this item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Mayor Ardis?
Aye.
Councilmember Ali?
Aye.
Councilmember Sear?
Aye.
Councilmember Grab?
Aye.
Councilmember Jensen?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Yes.
Councilmember Euler?
Aye.
Councilmember Riggenbach?
Aye.
And Councilmember Ruckriegel.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Item 20-089 is a request to receive and file an update on CDBG funding related to COVID-19.
Is this the manager, Director Black?
I'd like to turn it over to Director Black to give you the kind of full briefing on this one, if he could. Director?
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mayor. Just as sort of an overview at this point, there are two separate groups of CDBG dollars that I'd like to review this evening. Is funds that the city already has that we've identified as being potentially available for reallocation as part of the COVID recovery. As you can see on the council memo, first page, the first group is a little less than $90,000 worth of projects that came in under budget that we would be bringing to you for type of reallocation at some point this year, regardless. The second group, $600,000, consists of two projects that were planned as competitive grant projects, one group on the East Bluff and the other group in the South Village. So in total, it's a little less than $690,000. The second group of CDBG dollars is a special allocation that HUD has made available to entitlement communities throughout the nation. Peoria is going to receive a little less than $1.1 million in direct assistance from HUD. We do not know when these funds will be available, so that's a big if, but we do know that the allocation amount is that 1.1 million. So what I would like to do is just really quickly go over what we know currently and what we don't know in terms of the way HUD is handling these dollars. So HUD has reduced the public comment period for an amendment to our annual plan to 5 days. Usually it's at least 30 days. That's been reduced to 5 days. They've also eliminated the requirement for in-person public hearings. Comments. We'll have to make reasonable accommodations for people to comment, but obviously HUD does not want large groups of people together in a room providing comment. Some of the other waivers that HUD has announced, some of them just as recently as today on the CDBG side, is that they are waiving the traditional 15% cap on our CDBG public service dollars. As you will recall, we are, as with any community, we're capped at providing only 15% of our CDBG dollars for public service activities. HUD has waived that cap as part of the COVID recovery. What we don't know at this point is what the timing will be for the release of the special CDBG COVID dollars. We also don't know if there will be additional waivers or restrictions on those dollars, as the final set of regulations have not been released. So at this point, what we would recommend is that staff continue to work. We've last week or so, that we continue to work on crafting a small business recovery program that would be similar to the program that the state has made available, that none of the businesses within the corporate boundaries of the city are eligible to participate in. So we would craft a program that was very similar to that, funded with a substantial amount of these CDBG dollars when they become available. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Director Black? If not, we would entertain a motion to receive and file. Question, Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Black, in looking at the communication on the second page, at the very top, recommendation for use of funds, that first bullet point indicates that close to 1.1 million is to develop a small business program. So is a small business program different, or let me ask it this way, in what way does a small business program differ from what we've used public service funds for in the past?
Thank you, Councilwoman. So the small business program, in terms of making it walk and talk similar to the program that the state has made available to businesses outside of Peoria, would be direct assistance to businesses. And generally what it does is it provides some level of financial support to the business, either so that they can make payroll, or they can pay utilities, or they can pay their lease or their mortgage, in order to keep the businesses up and operating. In exchange for that, if you will, what the business has to do is they have to retain their current employees, or the current number of jobs that they have. So it's a stopgap measure to assist businesses to continue to survive, so that they can continue to pay the staff that they have in place. So that would be a small business program, because the benefit is going directly to the business. On the public service side, there certainly could be additional programs and services provided for public service, whether that be job training or other services that would typically go to an individual as opposed to going to a business.
Okay, and so with that in mind, is the suggestion from this communication that we, of course, utilize the nearly $1.1 million for the small business program, of course, but are we also suggesting that we pull in the $690,000 that was of CDBG funds that had not yet been utilized, that could have been used for the public service side of things?
So on the recommendation for the $690,000, those are prior year funds, and so all of the public service dollars that could have been taken out of those funds have already been taken out. However, and I don't want to get too far into the weeds here, HUD told us yesterday evening, they told us about the waiver of the public service cap. So it is possible that some of the 1.1 million in the COVID dollars plus some of the $600,000, $190,000 could be set aside for public service activities. And we'd be happy to bring back a series of recommendations for the council to consider that has some choice and balance between public service activities and direct business assistance activities.
Okay, and so this is where I'm going. On page 1 under project year of funding, for the 600,000 year of funding 2018, those funds would have been used in 2019. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and so the funds allocated in 2019 would have been used in 2020.
Oh, sorry. Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Sorry.
And I make that clarification so, when I looked at this, anyone who didn't understand that timing would think, how did the South Village leave $350,000 on the table in 2019? Well, we didn't have it in 2019 to use. It was allocated in 2019. The very first time we could use it was in 2020. And if my understanding is correct, before we could put this out, the notice of funding availability, COVID-19 happened and we were not able to utilize that in the South Village. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct, yes.
Okay, so where I'm going is I expect absolutely 100% that nearly $1.1 million that's coming to the city extra for small business programming be used exactly for that. However, the 690,000, I would hope that we look at some great portion of that to be used for public service programming. And as we talked about when we were talking back when we were talking about the budget, I'm expecting some workforce recovery program to come out of this whole issue. We're taking care of small businesses. We need to take care of those who are devastated even more than most, and that's a lot of folks who are working in the hospitality and the retail sectors. There's a lot of African Americans and Hispanics, folks who would need to have some additional support. And I would hope a great deal of that 690 is used for that, especially if it's being pulled out of the South Village with our first opportunity to access it for economic development would have been this year. Thank you. With that, I make a motion to receive and file if it has not already been done.
Okay, we have a motion to receive and file by Councilmember Moore, seconded by Councilmember Ali. Is there any additional discussion on this item? I'm seeing none. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Mayor Ardis?
Aye.
Councilmember Ali?
Aye.
Councilmember Sear?
Aye.
Councilmember Grab?
Aye.
Councilmember Jensen?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Yes.
Councilmember Euler?
Aye.
Councilmember Riggenbach?
Aye.
Councilmember Ruckriegel?
Aye.
It passes unanimously. Item 20-090 is a request to receive and file a discussion regarding additional funding through the Emergency Solutions Grant related to COVID-19.
Director Black.
Thank you, Mayor. In addition to the special CDBG dollars that HUD is making available to the city of Peoria, we've also received notice that we will be receiving $536,000 of additional emergency solution grant dollars. The ESG dollars, as you all know, are used, must be used specifically for services to the homeless and to the near homeless. So these are funds that would be for that same purpose, but focused on COVID recovery. We are required by HUD regulation to work with the local continuum of care on the use of these dollars. And so we're currently in the process of receiving input on a survey that we put out with a continuum to all of the homeless providers in town, really just asking the question, what additional costs have they incurred based upon the impact of COVID? So once those survey results come back, we will work with the continuing board to put together a recommendation, and that recommendation will come back to the city council for approval. Again, much like with the CDBG dollars, we're not entirely sure when these funds will be made available to the city, but we do know that they are in the pipeline. I'll be happy to answer questions.
Any questions for Director Black? We have a motion to receive and file by Councilmember Moore. Seconded by Councilmember Greb. Last call on discussion. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Mayor Ardis?
Aye.
Councilmember Ali?
Aye.
Councilmember Sear?
Aye.
Councilmember Grab?
Aye.
Councilmember Jensen?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Yes.
Councilmember Euler?
Aye.
Councilmember Riggenbach?
Aye.
And Councilmember Reckriegel.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Item 20-091 is a request to approve a land purchase agreement between Exposition Gardens and the City of Peoria.
Mr. Manager.
Thank you. This is for the capital project for Fire Station 16. This would be a purchase of Lot 2 at Rosemead on Northmore Road, which is the Exposition Gardens property. We would recommend that we proceed with the land acquisition at this time, since we've negotiated that with Expo Gardens, but then defer the construction of the capital project of Fire Station 16 until 2021.
Discussion, Council Member Sear.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Manager, just one question. When would the closing take place and the payment?
It would take place in probably the next 30 days or so.
Any chance of extending that 60, 90, 120 days? Would the price change if we extend?
We could ask. We could certainly ask.
Okay. I would like for you to ask if possible.
Sure. Be happy to.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. You're welcome. We have a motion to approve by Councilman Montalongo and a second by Councilmember Ali. And we have a question from Councilmember Reckriegel.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, question on this. While I see merits on the possibility of moving the station, because I know we are moving from an older station that we actually didn't build. I think we inherited it. I see in this contract that number 5, we did not obtain an appraisal on this property.
That's correct.
So when we went, we don't know about how this value of this property really, I guess, is related to other potential sales, recent sales in that area. Do we?
We did do a look at what some of the other recent sales in the area were, and it was in that same ballpark, roughly. So,
but we don't have a formal appraisal on this.
We do not.
Okay, and while again, I see merits in the move and having the right facilities in place. To me, it just seems very inconsistent that we told you to go back tonight, find a lot of remedy for our move forward, and with us unclear what our capital budgets are going to look like for 20 and 21, that we would tonight then extend the purchase for $348,629 on the same night that we're telling you that we need to go back and have a clear picture of the overall vision. So for me, I am not against this project per se. I think timing is extremely important, and it's very interesting message to people who might be worried about their job, to people who might be worried about their finances from what the city is going to be doing, for on the same night that we decide that we need to have a broader look at the picture, that we then go and purchase a piece of property that we may not be utilizing for a couple of years. So tonight, my no vote on this is not because I don't see the merit, but because I don't think it is the appropriate time for us to spend these dollars.
Okay, I have Councilmember Jensen next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is sort of along these same lines as Councilman Ruckriegel. I'm concerned, given the budget situation that we're in, that we spend any money like this at this point. And I may have missed this, but did you reach out to Expo Gardens to see if we could defer this? I mean, is there a rush to purchase the land now? Can't we wait until after the pandemic and we're on a road to recovery?
We did not reach out to them to see if we could defer this. We just recommended that we go forward with the land acquisition at this point in time, and that we would defer the construction until 2021. If that's council's direction back, we would certainly go back and talk with them about it.
Yeah, at this point, just given the situation that we're in now, I would prefer to defer the purchase as well as the construction.
Okay, Councilmember Gribb.
Chief Artist, I do have a question for you. Are we not constructing this Fire Station 16 to enhance public safety?
Councilman, the idea behind, and I'm not trying to speak for anybody else, but my understanding was the idea behind the construction was not only because of the dilapidation in Station 16, but also it would certainly help our response times to the east and to the northern corridor. That being said, you know, I would have a tough time constructing a new facility when we're talking about laying off personnel.
Of course, in my opinion, it's not an either or, and unfortunately, that's kind of the mindset some of our counselors are in right now. It's either this or it's that. I see this as a fundamental part of our public safety equation, what we're doing with Fire Station 16, and I think all of you know it's not in my district, but I don't believe we went down the road of acquiring this land and building this new station for frivolous reasons. We did it because we felt it was an integral part of the public safety equation that serves the people of Peoria and a part of the city that really needs to have better response. So I really feel that, if the counselors feel that somehow we're being sharked on the amount of money that we're paying for this, that's one thing. But to defer the construction after we get a correct price, I think is irresponsible, because it was brought forward as a response to a gap in our public safety and our inability to efficiently respond, and that's why we're doing this in the first place.
Councilmember Kelly.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. How many square feet of land are we purchasing here?
to say, Councilman, it's about 8/10 of an acre.
Okay, so at about 35,000 square feet.
Roughly about that.
Okay. Okay, so we're paying about $10 a foot.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Riggenbach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would say that this expenditure is clearly explainable as we look at what's not essential. I think the decision we made in the last budget cycle to build this firehouse shows the value of it, as Councilman Graham so eloquently put. The response time and some critical areas will be enhanced by a new building here, and for us to just take all of the thought and logic that went into making that decision last fall and throw it out the window, I think is that would be equally sad. I'm not going to say irresponsible, because I think we're all trying to make the best decisions that we can, and it's a difficult situation across the board, but I really think this is a good step. I understand the negotiation with parties like this, and I think to move forward with it, if they'll give us an extra 60 days till closing or something, definitely request that, but just shelf it at this point, I think would not be the responsible move. So I will definitely support this tonight. Thank you.
Councilman Montalongo. Councilmember Montalongo.
Thank you, Mayor. Just having some problems there getting it off mute. I'd just like to make a quick comment on this here. So yeah, the current building is in really bad condition, and this firehouse will be servicing a large area, and as well as backing up other areas of the city, not only 4th District, but far reaching into 5th District. And just to comment on I know it's on the list, and this is and part of the reason why I didn't want to go along with the supporting it, because then I knew it'd be brought up later on. Well, this building's not going to be built. It's already on the chopping block, and we just got done saying we're not going to make those comments yet. So as far as I know, everything's still on the table, and there's a possibility that this building will still go forward. But anyway, thank you very much.
Councilman Ruckriegel.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess one last question I forgot to ask City Manager. Can you remind me exactly how far this property is from the current fire station?
It might be about a quarter of a mile, but it moves it closer to University Street in terms of its orientation on Northmore.
Okay, but we're talking about a fire station that would be a quarter of a mile on the same street from where the current fire station is, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Sear.
If I could make a motion, Mr. Mayor, just to delay the purchase of this property for 90 days, I think it would it'd be. I mean, I'm 100% behind building this new station, but I think the timing. I don't think 90 days would make any changes on the price or anything else. So I'd like to make that motion if possible. Just delay for the next 90 days.
Okay, we have a substitute motion to defer purchase for 90 days, and it was seconded by Councilmember Jensen. Discussion on the substitute motion. Okay, I'm seeing no discussion on the substitute motion. Councilmember Riggenbach.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. I just would be a little concerned about that. Most of the councilmen not knowing the reaction. I mean, this could throw the whole or I should ask Mr. Manager, what's the procedure that you would follow if this motion passes? What would be the next steps?
We'd go right back and talk with Expo Gardens about it and see.
And they could say, take it or leave it.
Potentially.
That's probably it. Has that corridor, since the construction, been a hot commodity for them, do you think?
No.
I'm not sure yet if they've had much interest. There's been more interest further down Northmore as you get closer to Donovan Park, with some of the development that's been going on over there.
So, if we approve this motion to delay this for 90 days, and they tell you that they need, that would affect the price, I mean, clearly, we would have a chance to react to that, or I would hope we would. Would that be fair?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Maybe without overcomplicating this, it's obvious that we're going to have a meeting next Tuesday. Why don't we make, if the council would be, rather than getting too deep on this, do a substitute to the substitute, defer the conversation for 1 week, and that'll give the manager time to talk to the folks at Expo and see if we can come to terms on pushing this out. I can't make that motion, but I'm putting that out there as a recommendation.
Make that motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilman Riggenbach to defer this conversation to our next meeting. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Councilmember Ali. Discussion on the substitute motion to defer this discussion till our meeting next week. I'm seeing none. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Mayor Ardis?
Aye.
Councilmember Ali?
Aye.
Councilmember Sear?
Aye.
Councilmember Grab?
No.
Councilmember Jensen?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo?
No.
Councilmember Moore?
Yes.
Councilmember Euler?
Aye.
Councilmember Riggenbach?
Aye.
And Councilmember Ruckriegel.
No.
It passes with 8 yeas, 3 nays. So that is deferred. We are at unfinished business.
Any unfinished business to come before the council tonight? Unfinished? Councilmember Ruckriegel.
I'm sorry. This is actually for new business, so I'll wait till new business.
Any unfinished business to come before the council? Unfinished. Okay. Madam Clerk.
We would be at new business.
New business, Councilmember Ali.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Ardis. I would like to try again here and move that we meet next Tuesday for a special budget session.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Euler. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll? Oh, hold on. Councilman Grab just snuck in there. Councilman Grab.
Councilor Lee, I'm always positively inclined to support anything you support. However, I think the council's done a great deal of damage already tonight with partial information and without information as to what we're going to get in terms of help from the federal government. Both are municipalities and our state. And so I think the idea of meeting before we get more tangible information and doing damage, which I think we've already done tonight, a lot of damage, I think there's nothing magic about that. I would be the first to say, if things become clear Sunday night or Sunday afternoon, we have a motion to, not a motion, but an attempt to get a special session of the council. I don't think it has to be on any particular timetable, but I think that we continue to make decisions in a vacuum. And so I guess I'm going to go ahead and support your motion, but I would hope that we would have more information by then on what's going to happen. And it could very well be, because it seems like things are happening rather rapidly, maybe not fast enough in Washington, D.C., but I understand you're just being conscientious and trying to get some things done. But I hope we'll be careful not to just vote for things for the sake of voting for things because we have a meeting, instead of voting for things because we have full information. And again, not using an axe to destroy the city. And I think that's the only caveat I have. Meetings, fine, but not doing things precipitously.
Councilmember Ali.
Yes, and thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Mayor Artis, and thank you, Councilman Greb, for being so supportive. And I agree that we don't have to make all final decisions next Tuesday, but I think that the discussion, the information sharing is important to continue more so right now on a weekly basis than every 2 weeks. And the discussion, I think the discussion should not be delayed for 2 weeks, whether we make some final decisions next week or not. I think we need to move forward with the discussions and the information sharing and hope that we see some relief from the federal or state government by then. But even if we don't, I think it's very important that we continue the dialogue. Thank you.
Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Mayor Artis?
Aye.
Councilmember Ali?
Aye.
Councilmember Sear?
Aye.
Councilmember Grab?
Aye.
Councilmember Jensen?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Yes.
Councilmember Euler?
Aye.
Councilmember Riggenbach?
Aye.
And Councilmember Ruckriegel.
Aye.
Okay, it passes unanimously.
Still in new business, Councilman Sear.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. There was a great article in the Journal-Star today, and I believe on WNBD TV, about a business that we have right here locally in Peoria. ATS, Advanced Technology Services, have developed or made 20,000 face shield to help our newest hero, our healthcare workers, or nurses, or doctors. So I want to give a kudo. Obviously, ATS is a big company, one of our larger employer for the 5th District and also for Peoria. And I just want to give a kudos to all the management team and their employees over there to this extraordinary effort in making 20,000 face shield to help all our new heroes. So just kudos to them. And also, Mr. Mayor, just one question for you under new business. It's a little different here, but have you put together a task force of how and when we could reopen the city of Peoria?
We have been in the early stages of discussions with our economic development department and Mr. Setti at the Greater Peoria EDC just on how we're going to frame that up. We haven't actually got to the point where we're assembling a committee, but we're putting the framework together for that.
Well, thank you very much for all you and your task force do for that. I'm a believer that I'm hoping that, and I pray for you every day, that God gives you the wisdom to reopen our city very soon so we can really move forward and leave this pandemic behind us, and we just need to move forward. I mean, the number of phone call I get is incredible. We lost too many lives already. One in the county of Peoria, I believe, and then one was too many. But eventually, I'm hoping that you have the wisdom, Mr. Mayor, to reopen our city very soon so we can stop having these terrible meetings. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for the comments. Well, it'll definitely be a group discussion amongst the council as we hopefully have the opportunity to make those moves sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. New business, Councilman Rodrigo.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think it's probably an appropriate way. I know we've talked about it before around the horseshoe, but as we're talking about dollars and cents and what they mean to our city and our move forward, we can't let tonight pass without a call out to each and every citizen who calls Peoria home to be able to make sure they fill out the 2020 census. At stake is our share of $1.5 trillion that come through us in 316 different programs that the federal government uses this money to be able to touch our communities. And while we are doing our work around the council here, and it's not easy, there is a way for our citizens to be able to help us and help our community, and that is by making sure that they complete the census, complete it early. Right now, we sit at about 52% for the city. So we're right about on average with the rest of Illinois. Illinois is 9th in the country as far as states on making progress on this, but I think we can do better quickly. And so a call out for all of our citizens to make for sure that they fill out the census. This brings money to our area and our locale for the next 10 years. And that we can see tonight from the discussions that we're having that those dollars really do make sense. Thank you very much.
Is there any other new business to come before the council tonight? New business? Okay, I'm seeing none. Madam Clerk?
We would be at citizens' opportunity to address the council. I have 4 emails that I received yesterday and today. The first one is from Andy Diaz. I ask that you please take a breath and slow down on your spending decisions for the next few weeks. Act with diligence on expenditures and consider the impact each dollar will have on our city budget over the course of the year. We are in unprecedented times with budget gaps that seem impossible to overcome. Regardless of how you voted on the budget items presented this evening, we need to stop spending money on items we have budgeted for a normal year and focus on our core objectives as a city. This is no longer a normal year. Take care that city services can be maintained, that the health and safety of our citizens be at the forefront of your mind, and ask if what you are spending dollars on in the coming weeks has to be done at this time, or can we make do with our current equipment, contracts, and services. Take a lesson from the many households and businesses fighting to survive right now. Take a break from spending. Figure out how we can come out of this time and be prepared when things begin to open up again in the weeks to come. When businesses reopen, when citizens are back to work, then consider the expenses and matching funds program. This is from Sandra Crow. I fully understand that this pandemic has taken a toll on our city budget, as well as it has across the entire country. But looking just at our city, I ask that cuts be made to non-essential services. The terms essential and non-essential have become very important. Hopefully our council will look at these things that are non-essential. How many people drive city cars and have other non-essential perks? I ask that our council concentrate on those people in our government that make the least money and have the least privilege. Make sure that our people can maintain a standard of living. To cut a lot of positions would put our city in a serious financial situation. You can't spend money if you don't have money. We are a city well known for its white privilege. Don't let that dominate. Thank you. This is from Kristen Meyercord. I'm a proud resident and taxpayer on the East Bluff. I understand that our city is facing many deficits along with the rest of the country due to COVID-19. Peoria was already in bad shape before this hit via the mismanagement of funding. What is your plan to help the local businesses that will hurt the most? So many jobs will be lost, doors to once great businesses closed for good. To me, this is where our priority is. We need to get the once prosperous local businesses back in shape before we can move forward. I thank God for District 150 and their free meals for children. We visited a food pantry the first time out of desperation. We are not alone. The organizations and individuals in this city, large and small, have helped out more than you can imagine. I urge you to dig into your much deeper personal pockets and donate to the community in this time of need. For example, check out the East Bluff News Facebook page or Sunshine Village. You will see how people who have nothing are able to help others. So this should be given for you too. This should be a given for you too. I wish everyone well and hope that you are staying safe. We will get through this with better prepared city management in the future. And the last one is Susan O'Neill. One is I don't know what the payment terms are for the city's contracts such as PDC and AMT. And I know this would be only a short-term solution, but it would buy some time to see how much federal money Peoria might see or how much of a local economy might bounce back because they themselves got federal or state money, or how soon or how much of the economy bounces back. But my idea is that if these contracts call for net 30-day terms to renegotiate better payment terms, such as net 90 or 120. These two contracts in particular are large, and these entities should share in the economic recovery effort. And number two of her address is, please work with existing programs to encourage Peoria County residents to join or form community garden groups, collectives to grow their own food, and even to sell at one of the farmers markets. Which brings me to my next comment, which is please don't cancel the Riverfront Farmers Market, the Metro Farmers Market, or any one like the one on Saturdays on Spring Street. You could enact social distancing practices, but people need fresh food. They need to get outside, and they have to have something to look forward to. The virus is much less able to be transmitted outdoors in the sunshine for many reasons. That is another thing to consider in allowing these to go forward as essential. And that completes the citizens' addresses.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we take a motion to adjourn, I'd like to thank Paul Peterson and the folks from IT who did a lot of coordination work to allow for us to do this remote meeting this evening. Thanks, Paul and Isaiah and the rest of the team that helped get this done. Madam Clerk?
We do not have an executive session, and we would be at adjournment.
So we have a motion to adjourn by Councilmember Sear, and it is seconded by anyone want to second the motion to adjourn? Seconded by Councilmember Greb. Seeing no discussion, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Ardis?
Aye.
Councilmember Ali?
Aye.
Councilmember Sear?
Aye.
Councilmember Grab?
Aye.
Councilmember Jensen?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Yes.
Councilmember Euler?
Aye.
Councilmember Riggenbach?
Aye.
And Councilmember Ruckriegel?
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This meeting of the Peoria City Council is adjourned. We will be meeting next Tuesday in a special session to continue COVID budget discussions. Thank you for our viewing and listening audience. This meeting is adjourned.
Mm.